Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Racoon Mutation Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Trash Baby Izuku. Desperate yowling cut through the night, accompanied by infrequent clanging. Shouta paused on the rooftop he had been running across and tried to determine the direction of the sound. Most likely a stray cat or some other animal. Shouta liked cats, and to a lesser extent all animals, so he wasn't about to just leave it struggling. The poor thing could be hurt. Soon enough, he tracked the commotion to a street that was starkly unpopulated at this time of night. The noise originated from some vending machines next to a bus stop, lit up by the soft glow of a streetlight. Shouta raised an eyebrow at the small rear end sticking out of the little door that the snacks dropped down into. Was that a toddler? Out here? At this hour? They hadn't noticed him yet, his approach hidden by all the noise the kid was making. Screaming and kicking at the vending machine did little to free them. He frowned when he noticed how dirty the kid's legs, clothes, and yes, that's a tail were. Their feet were so muddy that they were black. It didn't make sense to him, but the kid looked homeless. He coughed to get their attention since touching them would scare the crap out of them. The little kicking feet froze, still pressed against the vending machine. "I'm going to help you out of there, okay kid?" Shouta said as gently as he could. The kicking started up again with renewed vigor, the kid hissing all the while. "It's okay. I'm a hero." That didn't seem to help, but at least it didn't make their struggling worse either. Whatever. He still needed to get the kid out, whether they were cooperative or not. Yeah, there wasn't anyone here to know if he left them, but he would know. And he would feel bad. Being mindful of their feet and thrashing tail, he felt around their torso and the door, trying to see how much space there was if any. He could barely slip his fingers between the kid's back and the vending machine, so it was probably their arms that were the problem here. "Can you stick your arms forward so that I can slide you out?" he asked. Of course, the kid didn't respond. "Guess I'm picking the lock," he muttered to himself, pulling out his lock-picking kit. The face of the vending machine would swing open and the kid could crawl through the rest of the way. Then he'd call the police to come figure out what to do about the unlocked vending machine. And the homeless toddler. When the door finally swung open, bringing the kid with it, he got to see their face. It was also incredibly dirty. So was their hair. Just all around, a dusty, dirty baby. Why were they out here all alone? How long had they been out here? It only took them 2 seconds to realize they could get free now by pulling themselves forward. Shouta just barely caught them before they ran. They hissed at him, eyeing where his hand had grabbed onto their arm. Shouta chuckled dryly. "Yeah, no." He kept a hold of them as he called the police to meet him here. When he finished with that, he looked down at the kid who was doing their demon best to claw his hand off. "Joke's on you. I have a cat," Shouta told them. Their ear flickered as they glared at his hand. Listening then, but still not responding. Then their stomach growled and their temper tantrum came to a stop. They had been trying to crawl into a vending machine. A snack couldn't hurt, Shouta sighed, looking at the options before deciding on a melon bun. He took the wrapper off and gave it to the kid. Distracted by the food, they let Shouta pick them up. This way he had a better hold on them in case they tried to run again before the police arrived. And they absolutely did try after inhaling the melon bun and realizing they'd been captured. The kid screeched at him and scratched his face, causing him to loosen his hold enough for them to wiggle free. The kid was fast. He'd give them that. Just not fast enough to avoid his capture weapon. More hissing and screeching followed as the kid tried in vain to wiggle out of the capture weapon. It was kind of concerning how desperate they were, he noted as he watched them writhe on the ground and chew on their binds. Now Shouta had a feral child on an impromptu leash. Looking at the vending machine again, he spotted some chips and got an idea. He grabbed a few packets and opened one, stuffing the others in his pockets. Approaching the leash toddler, he held out a chip. "Do you want another snack?" Their daring escape was paused yet again as they sat up to reach for the chip. By holding out chips and occasionally rewarding the kid, he managed to coax them up and back over to the vending machine to wait for the police. Quietly. If they hissed or tried to run, he moved the chips out of reach. Treats work for cats, so why can't he use them for a child? Tsukachi, a police officer recently promoted to detective that Shouta often worked with, disagreed. Do you really think restraining a young child is a good idea? The man chided. This one, yes, Shouta replied flatly, feeding the kid another chip. And bribing them to cooperate, really? Tsukachi asked incredulously. Again, this one, yes, Shouta nodded. Have you even tried talking to them? Tsukachi demanded. They haven't responded to any attempts at communication aside from accepting snacks, Shouta told him. They haven't said a single word in any language. Tsukachi frowned and looked down at the kid that was eagerly awaiting another chip. He took in the ears, the tail, the oversized shirt, the dirt, and the lack of shoes or pants. Well, shit. Taking the kid to the hospital had been an experience. Currently, Shouta was trying to coax them out from under the hospital bed while the nurse that had tried to take their vitals was taken to get stitches. Based on the damage they caused to her, the scratch on Shuta's face had just been a warning. He only needed a band-aid and it likely wouldn't scar. Hers definitely would. We're not just dealing with a homeless child, Tsukachi mused quietly, watching Shuta's progress with the kid. They're a feral child. No shit, Shouta huffed. The kid scooted forward another couple of inches before stopping. I don't just mean behavior-wise, Tsukachi expanded. I mean a literal feral child. A kid who's been on their own from an early enough age to not have learned language or long enough to have forgotten it. Unless this is an actual animal with a transformation quirk. Shouta considered that and used his quirk on the kid. Nothing happened. Nope. They're a human kid with a mutation quirk, Shouta concluded. Right then. From here we need to figure out who they are. They could have parents looking for them. Or their parents abandoned them and we need to press charges, Tsukachi decided. I'm not comfortable placing them in the system, even temporarily, if they can't communicate. Hospitalizing them isn't the answer either if we want to rehabilitate them. I'll take them, Shouta interjected, finally able to pull them out from under the bed and into his lap. He appeased the cranky baby with more chips. That could work. Would your partner be okay with that? Tsukachi asked. I will call him and ask, Shouta amended with a wince. Sho, what's up? Everything okay? Hisashi asked. That was fair since Shouta didn't usually call while on patrol unless something happened. Hello, love of my life, Shouta greeted. What did you do? Hisashi questioned immediately. Also fair. I saved a child, Shouta answered honestly. And? Hisashi prompted, suspicion clear in his tone. And due to extenuating circumstances, there are no parents to claim the kid nor is it safe for them to go to a foster home, Shouta continued. I may have volunteered to take him but Tsukachi said to make sure you're okay with it first. Shouta, hun, you know I love how soft you are under that grumpy exterior, Hisashi started. Shouta was sensing a here? But, there it is. We just got out of our sidekick roles. We're still new as independent heroes, we just got engaged, I'm starting my radio show. Do we really have time for a kid? We have time for a cat, Shouta countered. A cat is not the same as a kid, Hisashi said, sounding frustrated. This one kind of is, Shouta muttered. Excuse me? Oh, that's the shut up now, Shouta voice. Look, I'm the only one that's managed to keep the kid calm so far. It wouldn't be permanent. Hisashi sighed on the other end of the line. Fine. But if we can't do it, we find someone else rather than letting that kid suffer with us. Deal, Shouta agreed quickly. Is that really necessary? Shouta asked, still holding the anxious kid. They were quietly growling at the doctor and nurse that had come into the room. The alternative is restraining them, the doctor grimaced. It's less traumatic for kids if they're given a sedative. Either the child will sleep or they will at least be calm and compliant. Fine, Shouta relented. He may have leashed the kid with his capture weapon, but actually restraining them while prodding at them with medical instruments is another matter. It was a team effort. Shouta distracted the kid with chips, the doctor stayed in the kid's sight as an additional distraction, and the nurse administered the sedative while the kid was looking away from her. They noticed the second they were injected, twisting in Shuta's grasp to snarl and claw at her. The fight left them quickly as the sedative kicked in. His heart squeezed uncomfortably when the kid slumped against him and whined weakly. "It's okay. No one's going to hurt you," Shouta reassured them, even if they probably couldn't understand what he was saying. "You'll be just fine." The hospital staff let Shouta hold them for most of their tests. They wiped the kid's arms and legs clean to check for wounds. There were some old scars, but they didn't look too bad. Nothing fresh was found other than a few healing bruises. Their feet were scraped up, but that could be blamed on walking around without shoes. All in all, the kid was in decent condition. Once cleaned, Shouta could see that their feet and hands actually were black. It wasn't just mud as he had initially thought. They looked ink-stained, like they had dipped their hands and feet in black or dark green dye. There were similar markings on their face. Given that they looked like raccoon markings and their tail was also striped like one, it was probably a part of their quirk. He made a mental note to research raccoon behavior and see if they were like cats. Despite the sedative, they managed to fight back a bit when the staff tried to take their shirt to exchange it for a hospital gown. Shouta convinced them to leave it alone since the shirt was loose and gave them easy access like a hospital gown would anyway. The kid's breaking point was when a nurse drew some blood. They cried big tears and whined, making him feel guilty. But it was necessary to make sure they weren't sick, so he just pet their dirty hair and tried to soothe them. It didn't really seem to help, but he wasn't sure what else to do. Eventually, between the sedative and the tears, the kid fell asleep in his arms. The staff finished their testing and had Shouta put them down in the hospital bed to sleep off the drags. Tsukachi went and got some coffee while they waited for the results or for the kid to wake up. Whichever happened first. A waiting game as the sun started to rise outside the window. Raccoons are like cats. But raccoons are more like dogs. Genetically, raccoons are most closely related to bears. They are omnivores that will apparently eat anything, even garbage. He really hoped this toddler hadn't been eating garbage. They also like to wash their food. Although they are like cats and dogs, raccoons are thought to be more intelligent than both, with excellent problem-solving skills. They can adapt to nearly any environment, which explained why this kid seemed fine despite likely having been homeless for at least a year. They're highly tactile, seeing more with their hands rather than relying on vision. And they are nocturnal. Of course, not all of the raccoon facts he found would apply to the kid. With animal mutation quirks, you got more of a combination of animal and human characteristics. The kid woke up in a foul mood. Understandable. He gave them the remainder of the last opened bag of chips as an apology. They chose to eat it under the bed, which is where they still were when the doctor came to share their test results. Thankfully, the doctor didn't seem to mind. Surprisingly, the kid is fine, the doctor revealed. No infections or illnesses. He is malnourished and dehydrated, but even then, not severely. Really? Shouta asked, mildly surprised. He probably has a lot of issues in terms of mental health, socialization, and education, the doctor pointed out. But it seems he kept active and had semi-regular access to food and water. Physically, he's fine. He just needs some proper nutrition and water at this point. Were you able to learn anything else? Like their age, maybe? Tsukachi questioned. He has a raccoon mutation quirk, if that wasn't obvious. The doctor told them. He's male. His size and weight are averages for a 4-year-old. But then, we also know he's malnourished, which can impact growth. He could be a little older. It's hard to tell. Either way, he's free to go. All right, thank you, Tsukachi replied, dismissing the doctor. A nurse came shortly after with discharge paperwork and diet instructions to fix the kid's malnourishment. And then they were leaving with the kid back on his capture weapon leash. Tsukachi dropped him and the kid off at home. I'll get the paperwork sorted for your guardianship, the man promised. Good luck with the kid. Shouta sighed and led the kid inside to his apartment door. I hope you're ready to meet Hisashi. He loved his fiancée. He really did. Shouta had a tendency to pick up strays. Even in high school, there were a few cats and even a bird. Once they graduated, there was a steady stream of strays. Hisashi was pretty sure that Shouta only agreed to rehome all but one due to his insistence that they can't manage a dozen or more animals. This was the first time that his stray magnetism had drawn in a human child, but it was probably an eventuality. Hizashi was admittedly anxious about the child his partner would be bringing home sometime today. Along with all the points he had brought up on the phone, this kid was probably traumatized and Hizashi was a loud person. Loud noises and trauma don't mix. Hizashi had actually grown up in foster care. He was born with his quirk and it had deafened the doctors, the nurses, and his parents. They didn't want to keep him after that. Because of his time in the system, he had witnessed and experienced his fair share of neglect and abuse. He was scared their busy schedules would negatively affect this poor kid. But if it wasn't safe for them in the system, it's better that the kid comes and stays with them. If things don't work out, they can personally make sure they get this kid into a good home. To prepare for the kid, he cleaned the extra room they had. It was an office mixed with storage mixed with a guest room. He made sure the futon was laid out and anything dangerous to a kid was removed from the room. They could figure out something better later. Next, he texted their friend Tensei, asking him to bring a few sizes of kids' clothes. They could go shopping later too. Rather abruptly, Shouta started texting him random raccoon facts. But he didn't say. A group of raccoons is called a nursery. There are 22 subspecies of raccoons. A baby raccoon can be called a kit or a cub. Raccoons are an invasive species in many countries. Tropical raccoons' diets are comprised 50% of crustaceans. Raccoons have good night vision and a tapetum lucidum layer, like cats. Raccoons have poor eyesight and low depth perception. Normally, he got cat facts from Shouta. Raccoon facts were new. Although, the reason why was revealed once he brought the kid home. They had a Racoon Mutation Quirk. Honestly, the sight of his fiancée with a small child in his arms, clinging to his shirt, was doing things to his heart. How was it not illegal for two beings to be this adorable? Forget villains and the line of duty. This is how he dies. Killed by cuteness. So, I should warn you, though, he takes it back. His fiancée is an idiot who should have texted him whatever warning he has instead of the raccoon facts. He doesn't talk. We don't have a name or an age for him. And he is probably a feral child. A feral child? Hizashi repeated incredulously. That's why the system wasn't an option, Shouta explained. He can't communicate. He's kind of aggressive but I have figured out how to keep him calm. Mostly with snacks. You treat training a human child like you do with cats? Hizashi exclaimed, trying to keep his voice down for the sake of the kid. Essentially this. But it's working, Shouta defended. Hizashi sighed and looked at the kid in Shouta's arms again. He was filthy and his hair looked matted. Well, first things first. Tensei brought some clothes over. He should have a bath. Okay, Shouta agreed. I'll bring snacks to distract him. Izuku's hands look kind of like this, except the dark skin goes past his wrist. I will trade you that shirt for this cookie, Shouta told the kid, trying to get him undressed while Hizashi filled the tub. With a lot of coaxing and a little hissing, he managed it. The kid happily munched on the cookie as Shouta folded the torn, dirty shirt and put it on the counter. They could hand wash it so that it doesn't tear more. He'd throw it out but the kid might be attached. Come on. Bath time, Hizashi said, reaching for the kid. Since he was distracted by his cookie, he let Hizashi pick him up and place him in the tub. It wasn't filled too deep and Hizashi put bubbles in. The kid paused his munching for a couple of seconds to take in the change. Then he went right back to eating his cookie. So far, so good. Once the cookie was gone, the kid started to investigate the bubbles. And eat them. Wait, don't, Hizashi tried to warn as he shoved some bubbles into his mouth. It didn't take long for the taste of soap to register and the kid started crying. Ah, baby. See? We don't eat soap, Hizashi said gently, turning on the tap to help the kid rinse out his mouth. Shouta gave the kid a grape to replace the soap flavor. He didn't want to give him too many unhealthy snacks, so he grabbed some healthy options too. It was gone in a second. He wasn't entirely sure that the kid chewed it before swallowing. Making a mental note that the kid liked fruit, he gave him another one. You can't eat the bubbles, but you can play with them, Hizashi explained, scooping up some bubbles to make a little snowman on the edge of the tub. The kid scooped up some bubbles, trying to copy Hizashi, making a shapeless blob instead. It's okay. It takes practice. Bath time was going surprisingly well. Then again, Raccoons did like water according to his research. When the bubbles had mostly depleted, Hizashi decided it was time to wash the kid's hair before the water got cold. That's when things started to go sideways. Grapes only helped a little while Hizashi ran a washcloth over the kid's skin. Thankfully, the hospital staff had gotten him mostly clean. The real issue was his hair and tail. Snacks stopped helping once Hizashi started lathering soap into his hair. The kid screeched and tried to scoot away. Shouta tried chips again. It was accepted, but the fit didn't stop. Things only got worse when the kid tried to dunk a chip in the bathwater. Got soggy, and the kid seemed more crushed about that than he did about getting his hair washed. "It's okay. I can give you a new one," Shouta offered, holding out a hand to take the soggy chip. It was handed back reluctantly, and the kid didn't try to wash any more chips. Hizashi did his best to keep the water and soap off the kid's face when he rinsed out his hair. The kid wasn't making it easy, trying to get away from every cupful of water being poured over his head. And once Hizashi started on the kid's tail, all hell broke loose. By the time the kid was clean, most of the water was no longer in the tub and both men were soaked. Shouta lifted the feral child out of the tub, wrapping him in a towel as he did. The kid seemed tired from all his fighting and allowed himself to be dried off. After he was dry, Hizashi held some clothes up to him to try and figure out what size he needed. Shouta wasn't surprised to see mostly hero merch as the options. Tensei was a hero too. A black present Mike shirt and red shorts in the size meant for 4-year-olds fit the kid with a little extra room. The kid whined but let them dress him. Up until they put socks on him. He looked offended, staring at the orange material covering his feet with a deep pout. Then he tried to take them off. It wasn't worth fighting the kid over socks, so they allowed it. After the kid was dressed, Shouta went to their room to change into dry clothes first. Then he traded places with Hizashi, letting him go change while Shouta watched the kid. He would go explore a little bit and then return every couple of minutes for another grape. He really liked food. Was that because of his quirk or because he was hungry? Would a meal help? "Somehow, you downplayed feral child, Hizashi told him when he returned. "That wasn't so bad. He didn't even scratch us," Shouta defended. "The first nurse to interact with him at the hospital got stitches." "That's not reassuring since I still have to brush his matted hair," Hizashi sighed. They both turned to look at the kid that was currently looking at some hero magazines Hizashi kept around. He had managed to pull a bunch off of a shelf. His head tilted for a moment, looking at one. Then he turned to look at Hizashi. Then back at the magazine. Then back at Hizashi. "He found a present Mike spread," Shouta commented, more than a little amused by the kid's obvious confusion. "Maybe he's a fan." Hizashi rolled his eyes at him. "I don't think he is," he said before leaving to go find a brush. Brushing the kid's hair went horribly. Shouta winced in sympathy, trying to comfort him with grapes. Matted hair SCKD. Even though Hizashi was incredibly gentle with hair, it still hurt. But Hizashi knew his way around hair, so he could fix any hair issues better than most. Still, the kid screeched and cried like he was dying. It was worse than his cries back at the vending machine. A neighbor actually stopped by to make sure everything was okay. Shouta apologized for the noise and explained that they had just taken in a foster and were trying to work through some matted hair. They sympathized and wished them luck before leaving. With a lot of debt angler and patience, Hizashi managed to work through his hair. His tail was actually easier since the fur was shorter and straight. As soon as it was over, Shouta had a lapful of whining toddler. Hizashi looked pained. "He's gonna hate me now." "Maybe just until dinner," Shouta shrugged. "He really likes food. And you are an excellent cook. Plus, don't toddlers have short memories or something like that?" "I think that's dogs, sweetie," Hizashi laughed softly. "Or fish." "Probably both," Shouta replied. Then something occurred to him. "We don't know his name yet. Tsukachi's going to try to identify him, but we should call him something in the meantime, right? I can't keep calling him kid." "Or baby," Hizashi agreed. "What about Poppet?" "Problem child," Shouta suggested. "Peanut," Hizashi countered. "Because he's small. Tiny itty-bitty." "Baby raccoons are called kits," Shouta pointed out. Green bean, Hisashi offered, gesturing to the kid's green hair. Brat. He got glared at for that one. What about a name? If Tsukachi can't find a name for him, then maybe. But I don't want to take his name from him if he still has one, Hisashi said quietly. Names are important. I'd rather stick with nicknames. Okay, Shouta replied softly. People can have more than one nickname anyway. So they'll all work. If he learns to respond to them at least. We have to teach him to communicate, Hisashi realized. They both looked down at the kid in Shouda's lap. He was out like a light. Though I suppose learning can wait. Naps first. Yes, naps first, Shouta agreed, already getting up to put the kid to bed so that he could take a nap too. He hadn't slept yet. The kid had the right idea. Naps were good. Hisashi even came in to join Shouta after a while, letting the other two sleep well past noon. They missed lunch by the time they woke up, but they could have an early dinner instead. They just needed to go get the kid from the spare room where they left him and... Where's the baby? Hisashi asked, walking further into the room. Shouta followed after him and saw that the futon was empty. Looking around, he didn't see him anywhere else in the room. Sheet. Shouta opened the closet to see if the kid was hiding in there. Hisashi understood what he was doing and looked under and behind the desk. Together, they searched the whole room for the kid, but they didn't find him under or in anything. Can he open doors? Hisashi questioned, peering out of the room into the living room. Maybe. Shouta replied, unsure. We should check the rest of the apartment anyway. Walking out of the room, they began to search for the kid, starting with the kitchen where the food was. Please, green bean, Hisashi pleaded. Come out. Where are you? Baby. Shouta wasn't having any more luck than his partner. They already cleared the kitchen. They even checked the oven just in case, since it was large enough for the kid to fit in. In the fridge, on top of the fridge, every cabinet, high and low, under the dining table. They just couldn't find him. So they spread out their search even further. The living room, the bathroom, their room, and the hall closet. Nothing. You don't think he can unlock doors, do you? Hisashi asked nervously, eyeing the front door. I don't know, Shouta replied, checking behind the TV. No baby there either. Actual raccoons can open pretty complex things. And the kid is human, so he'd have an easier time, I bet. Hisashi sat on the couch and put his head in his hands. Shouta, we haven't even had him for a whole 24 hours and we lost him. We're awful parents. Shouta sighed and sat next to his partner. It'll be okay. If he actually got out, we can put in a request on the Hero Network for a prioritized search. If he's here somewhere, then we'll find him eventually. We could even call in Tensei and Nemuri to help look. In fact, Tensei could bring Tenya and he could help us figure out where else the kid might have fit. I guess that's true, Hisashi replied, looking up at him. I do want kids someday. And what if this is a sign that we shouldn't? We already lost him. What if something worse happens after we find him? Or what if we don't find him? I don't. A quiet ting interrupted him as the kid's head popped out from under the couch, right between Hisashi's feet. The two were quiet for a moment before Shouta hesitantly asked, how did he fit under there? The gap was too narrow. Their cat could get under there, sure. But the kid? I think he's stuck, Hisashi observed as the kid wriggled and whined, trying to pull himself out from under the couch. They both got up to help, Shouta lifting the couch while Hisashi pulled the kid out. What were you doing under there, mister? The kid, of course, didn't answer. He just blinked at Hisashi with wide, bright eyes. Alright, so we found the kid. Everything turned out fine, Shouta said. We're not bad parents. We're just bad at hide and seek, apparently. That's a learnable thing, right? Yeah, I suppose, Hisashi agreed, handing the kid over. Watch him. I'll go make dinner. Hi, problem child. Do you want to watch a movie? Shouta asked, already moving to turn on the TV and find something. Hopefully, the kid would like movies. Easy entertainment. In hindsight, Bambi was not the best movie. In Shouda's defense, he hadn't seen it before. He just saw woodland animals and thought it would be a good fit. And then Bambi's mom was killed and the kid cried while Shouta stared at the screen in stunned silence. Wasn't this for kids? As soon as he finished processing the murder in the children's movie, he switched it to another one. Finding Nemo. Except, the mother and the little fish egg siblings were killed in an even more gruesome death. What the F dash? This is for children. Hizashi, are there any Disney movies that don't kill off parents or siblings? This is not going well. Shouta called, mildly distressed. Zootopia, Hizashi called back. Shouta searched that one up and turned it on. It was a bunch of anthropomorphic animals living in a utopia-type society. There was a potentially scary mystery for the main characters to solve, but thankfully, the kids seemed concerned rather than scared. Dinner was ready before the movie finished. The kid protested when Shouta paused the movie, pawing at the screen that he'd been way too close to. We can finish it later, Shouta promised, picking up the kid and bringing him to the dining table. For now, it's food time. The kid tried to slide out of his chair until Hizashi put a bowl of spaghetti and meatballs right in front of him. He sniffed at it while Hizashi brought their plates to the table along with some chopsticks. I don't know if he can use them, but just in case, Hizashi said with a shrug, placing a pair by the kid's bowl. Pulling the bowl closer to himself, the kid reached a tentative hand into the pasta, gripping some noodles and pulling them up to his mouth. I guess not, Shouta chuckled, watching his eyes widen for a moment before he started to eat the pasta with enthusiasm. Pretty soon, he found one of the meatballs and picked that up, holding it with both hands while he nibbled on it. While they ate, he and Hizashi chatted as they usually did. Hizashi talked about the upcoming interview segment on his show, and Shouta told Hizashi how he had found the kid in a vending machine. The kid didn't seem very interested in their conversation, but to be fair, there was a pretty good chance he didn't understand them at all. He could imagine that conversations you didn't understand wouldn't be very captivating. The kid was far more interested in his food. Covered in tomato sauce, the kid finished eating faster than they did. But he was far from done, turning those big eyes on Shouta to beg for some of his meatballs. He's ashamed to say he caved rather quickly. Do you think he'll be less food-motivated once he has regular access to food, or do you think it's a quirk thing? Hizashi wondered aloud. I'm not sure, Shouta admitted. The doctor wasn't terribly concerned about malnourishment, so food wasn't scarce for the kid. And yet he forced himself into a vending machine to get a snack. His health and his actions contradict each other. We'll just have to wait and see. If it is about access rather than his quirk, you'll need to find an alternative to your current bribe system, Hizashi pointed out. The kid, finished with Shouta's remaining meatballs, turned to Hizashi. His fiancé shook his head. Oh, no you don't. The kid's eyes got bigger somehow and his lower lip trembled. You've got to hand them over, Hizashi, Shouta sighed. I mean, look at him. That doesn't work on me as easily as it does you, Hizashi huffed. What if we both do it? Shouta asked before joining the kid in his endeavor. That's not fair, Hizashi exclaimed. Shortly after, the kid got Hizashi's meatballs too. Once they were done eating, Shouta washed the dishes while Hizashi took the kid back to the bathroom to clean his face and hands. When he was finished with the dishes and had them put away, he went to wait on the couch for them so they could finish the movie. Hizashi came out with a bandage on one of his hands and a pouting kid in his arms. Two things, Hizashi said flatly when Shouta raised an eyebrow in question. First, he has food aggression. He was not pleased when I tried to wipe the sauce off his hands. Second, he may have some memories from before he wound up alone after all. Really? Shouta perked up. That was good news. Meet him. I was going to show him how to use the toilet so that there were no accidents, but he already knew how, Hizashi explained. He even tried to wash his hand on his own by looking for, I think, a stool under the sink. We'll have to get one. For now, I helped him reach the sink. So whatever led to him being alone, it happened when he was old enough to form lasting memories. When is that usually? Shouta questioned. I'm not sure, Hizashi replied before putting down the kid to look it up on his phone. Kids start remembering things around 2, but the memories that last into adulthood tend to be anywhere from 4 to 7 years. But if he was about 2, he would retain those memories if he was about 4 now. We aren't sure of his age though. He might be older than we think, Shouta sighed. The kid wandered over to him so he picked him up. Or, if we're lucky, he wasn't actually alone that long. "Oh, look at you being optimistic," Hizashi teased, and Shouta flared at him in response. "Anyway, I think he should sleep in our room tonight. That way he doesn't go missing again." "That's probably for the best," Shouta agreed. He was a pretty light sleeper when it came to unfamiliar sounds. He would definitely notice if the kid tried to leave the room again. They both got ready for bed themselves, one of them always keeping an eye on the kid. Then they tucked him into bed between them so it'd be harder for him to wander off in the night. The kid didn't seem to have any issue sleeping around them, drifting off pretty quickly. Tomorrow, Shouta would call Tsukachi and ask if he's found anything yet. Tears stung the cuts on his cheek as they dripped down his face. He wailed until his throat hurt and kept wailing, hoping for someone to come find him. Eventually, some bushes started to rustle, making him stop. He started at the bushes with wide eyes as some animals that looked a lot like him wandered into the clearing. They had the same masks. The animals moved closer to him, one coming right up to him to sniff his shoes. Another walked past him, the way he came. A third came right up to his face, sniffing at the tears and the cuts. He whined when little puffs of air made his face sting more. The animal pulled back. A short cry came from the animal that had left as they came back. The other two's ears perked up. He tilted his head, trying to listen to a chittering that had picked up between all of them. These didn't sound like his sounds that were different from talking. These were new sounds. New sounds with new meanings that he didn't know. One growled at him before biting the sleeve of his shirt to pull him along. A paw smacked his face, forcing his attention back to the lesson. His second sire scolded him for not paying attention while he was being taught to fish. The others never let him do anything even though he was bigger than the other pups from nearby burrows. Finally, he and his sire came to an agreement. If he could prove himself capable, he could leave the burrow. Determined to prove himself, he crouched at the edge of the stream to lie in wait for a fish. His sire didn't try to rush him, curling up nearby to make him think he was doing this all by himself. But he knew he was there, that he was being watched closely in case anything went wrong. Soon enough, he zeroed in on a large fish, bigger than the one his sire had caught. He would show him he could help the pack. Staying quiet, he picked himself up, preparing to pounce. And then he leaped into the stream, crushing the fish below his heavy body and sharp claws. His sire whined at the shore, not happy about him jumping in the water like that. He knew he was a very good swimmer though and proudly swam back with his big fish. His sire praised him and then told him they would hunt in trees the next day. "Look, mommy. A tanuki," a human pup said, pointing at one of his siblings. His second dam jumped on him to push him behind a bush before the grown human saw him. They didn't like to come this close to the human burrows by the lake, but they needed to gather some moss to line the burrow before winter. His pack would hibernate. He didn't know if he needed to hibernate. He doesn't think he ever slept through the whole winter. But he could still help, being taller and stronger than the others. They didn't mind that he was different, but they feared what humans might do to a pup as different as him. So he stayed hidden. His dam growled anxiously while they waited for the humans to pass by. Once they were gone, he was let up and they continued home with their piles of new nesting material. Izuku jolted awake from a memory of his dam's angry cry when she learned she lost a pup that winter. Even with all their preparations, not everyone in their burrow, or the others, had made it. It happened, especially as the humans destroyed resources with their trash and their roads and their human burrows. The resources remaining in the area just weren't enough to sustain all of them and him. He was so much bigger than they were. So he left. He hunted and gathered as much as he could for them, and then he left before his second winter could come. They hadn't argued against him leaving. Pups his age should have left by then anyway. He only stayed because he was odd and they were worried. They did warn him about human cities though. At first he had listened, until he realized they had more food and options for shelter. Midway through his second winter, he went further into a city instead of picking at scraps on the edge of one. Things were much easier once he did that. He avoided humans, didn't stick to one burrow for too long, and even hunted some of the little animals that he heard many humans angrily shouting at. Some were so grateful that they left little bowls of fish. In the human city, he thrived. Food wasn't as scarce as it had been in the forest, and he didn't need to feel guilty about needing to eat more than the rest of his pack. He made it all the way through to the start of his third winter. By then, he knew his way around and where to sleep. The air was just starting to chill and he was pretty sure he'd be fine until spring. Maybe he got a little too sure of himself, trying to get inside one of those human machines. The dark-haired human that freed him, and then promptly captured him, had been a lot nicer than the ones that yelled at him when he got spotted taking food. He actually sort of liked this one. They gave him lots of food and, aside from that unpleasant sleepy thing, hadn't hurt him. Then they brought him to the yellow human, who was also nice. His healthy coating of earth had gotten washed off by the yellow human, but he was happy that he didn't smell like the trash he dug through anymore. That smell always followed him and there weren't many streams in the city to wash away the trash smell in. Then he got food again. Turning, he came face to face with the yellow human. They were sleeping, so he took the chance to poke the fur. On their face. His pack had fur on their face too. Just more of it. His own fur had never come in anywhere besides his ears and tail. If it weren't for his markings, he'd say he looked just like a human pup. They didn't have much fur either. He sat up and looked around, unnerved by the big, empty space. Were all human dens this big? Didn't they know that predators could get in and surround them easily in a den like this? If they wanted to sleep in an unprotected nest, then they could. But he wasn't gonna. Carefully, he crawled out from between the two humans and slid down to the ground. He made sure not to bump into them since they seemed to want him to sleep in their nest. If he woke them, they might make him stay there and not let him go find a safer spot. As soon as he was on the floor, he looked around for a safer place to sleep. There was an underneath to their nest, but when he stuck his head under, he bumped his nose on something. It looked like they kept stuff under here. Maybe food? He pulled out an item and it was like the containers he found trash in. Just without the smell. It had papers with people on them, including his two humans. Mainly 3 other humans were on most of the papers. Under the nest was not a good spot, so he kept looking. There weren't many other places for hiding, which was another safety concern. But there was an open door that led to a small, dark burrow. It even had nesting materials. They all smelled like his two humans, so they were good. Pulling a bunch of them together, he made his own nest. He also took some extra ones out of the trash can with holes in it. They had more smell than the ones on the ground. He took the time to craft a top to his nest, like a real burrow, before crawling inside of it and curling into a comfy ball. His new nest was warm, the den was dark, and he was safe. He let himself fall asleep in his new, perfect burrow. Crunching through the snow, Izuku headed for some trees that he knew had squirrels in them. A few of them could make a good meal, and if that wasn't enough, he could eat the seeds and nuts the squirrels would have stockpiled. He could usually eat things his pack couldn't. A little later, he had a full belly and copper-stained paws. Normally, he would wash off in a stream, but it was frozen over by now, so he had to settle for wiping his paws in the snow. Red colored the white fluff as he did. He made sure to get all of it off so that he wouldn't make a trail back to the den. Paw prints could blow away. Blood wouldn't disappear as easily. Once he got home, he carefully stepped around his packmates until he could fit himself in his usual spot. He drifted off comfy and safe, warmed by the fur of his pack. I can't believe he managed to sneak off from between 2 pro heroes, especially you. Hizashi exclaimed as they searched for the kid. Yeah, I'm starting to think that there's more to his quirk than just the mutations, Shouta muttered, picking up the pictures that the kid had apparently found and looked through. Like, night vision, Hizashi speculated. Raccoons can see in the dark, right? The first place that they had checked had been under the couch since that's where he was last time. He hadn't been there and now they were checking their room. The kid had explored last night, that much was obvious. And yet he was still quiet enough to slip past Shouta undetected. It was actually kind of impressive, especially for a young child. Heading to their closet, Shouta turned on the light and paused at the new pile of clothes on the floor. Their hamper was half empty too. Hizashi, I think I found him, Shouta called to his fiancée. Hizashi poked his head in the closet just as Shouta started to unbury the kid in the clothing pile. The kid was curled up in a ball with his tail tucked around him and held like a stuffed toy. Hizashi had to muffle a squeal when he saw the kid. Shouta, he's so cute. Hizashi whispered excitedly. Yesterday, he crawled under the couch. Today, he's under some clothes, Shouta observed, connecting the dots. Raccoons sleep in dens. If they can't find one, they supplement with boxes or dog houses or burrows made by other animals. He needs something like a den to sleep comfortably. Maybe we could get him one of those canopy beds? Hisashi suggested. Shouta nodded. It seemed like a good idea. I'll go make breakfast. You wake him up. Later today, we can try shopping. Shopping seemed like less of a good idea. Shouta sat the kid at the table and went to feed their cat, only a short distance away. Their cat, a silver maned Cien named Chibi, finally revealed herself from wherever she'd been hiding. She froze halfway to her bowl and Shouta followed her gaze to the kid who was also frozen, staring at Chibi with wide eyes. The kid wouldn't fight a cat, right? Chibi made the first move, hissing at the kid. The kid responded with a growl. Both of their ears pressed back now and their tails puffed up. Hey, let's not fight. Please, Shouta pleaded, getting between them in case one of them decided to attack the other. Does this help? Hisashi asked, putting a small plate of fruit slices in front of the kid. It took his attention off of Chibi immediately and she relaxed enough to continue to her own breakfast. He had no idea what to make of that exchange. Had the kid been jealous that Chibi got food before him? Did raccoons eat cats or something? Whatever the reason, they would have to keep an eye on those two until they proved that they could be around each other without issue. There were no more issues between the two that morning. Why are you tying him up? Hisashi asked, watching Shouta wrap his capture weapon around the kid strategically to create a HRSS. He has proven that he will run, Shouta replied. He didn't bother looking up as he double-checked the ties. The kid huffed at him, sounding displeased. Once the kid was tied up, he stepped back and held onto the bit of his capture weapon that he left loose as a leash. This feels mean, Hisashi pouted. Are you sure we can't just hold his hand? No, Shouta answered, leaving no room for argument. I'm not losing the kid in a mall. With that, they left the parking lot and went inside. Did the kid have shoes? But they tried. If the mall staff complained, they'd say it's a quirk thing. It kind of was. A bit. Their first stop was a furniture and room decor shop geared toward kids. The plan was to find something that the kid might like to sleep in. Something den-like. But they weren't sure what would be accepted as a den by the Racoon Quirk boy. Their couch and their closet were wildly different, so that didn't help them guess what to use. They showed the kid a few canopy beds, a bed that looked like a little house, loft beds with enclosed spaces underneath, and even a few playhouses in different styles. He was completely enthralled by a crib though. Not the crib itself but rather, the blanket draped over the side that was covered in woodland animals, including a raccoon. Hisashi got one for the kid. What finally got the kid's attention was a tent. He poked his head into a few before letting out a happy-sounding screech and dragging Shouta over to a specific one. Of course, it had a raccoon on it. At this point, he'd guessed that anything with a raccoon on it would get an automatic seal of approval from the kid. It made sense to him with his own love of cats. Whenever they came across another person, the kid was quick to hide behind them or try and pull them away from populated areas. Shouta had been worried that he'd be aggressive given their first meeting, but the kid seemed more fearful than anything. Children, especially, seemed to make him nervous. A few times, the kid even tried to climb him. Shouta just picked him up. In between avoiding people, the kid picked out pillows and blankets with Hisashi's prompting. He gravitated towards grays, greens, and a few specific shades of brown. Anything with leaves or a birch pattern was favored as well. Everything he picked was extra soft. Shouta approved. Hisashi had more fun shopping than the kid or Shouta, picking out a bunch of things to match the bedding the kid had gathered. Where are you going to put it all? Shouta asked after his fiancée had gathered a couple of lamps, a mushroom nightlight, several baskets, a white bookshelf, and something that looked like an extra thick couch cushion. I figured we could clear out the office, Hisashi shrugged. It may only be temporary, but the kid should have his own space. Plus, it's safer for him if we move some things out of there. I took out anything immediately dangerous already, but still. He could agree with that even if it meant he'd be moving furniture and boxes later. At the toy store, the only things the kid picked out himself were a raccoon plush, a tanuki plush, and a fuzzy raccoon plush blanket hybrid thing. Although, he did approve of some toys that Hisashi found, managing to stick to the woodland themes the kids seemed to like. Toys like a soft mushroom house with soft woodland critters and a set of plastic woodland animal figures. Due to the kids' lack of interest in most of the toys, Hisashi focused on looking for educational toys. Ones that would be able to teach the kid language or motor skills. Puzzles, sorting games, blocks with hiragana on them. Lastly, he picked out some books of various levels and packs of cards with words on them that the kid could potentially use to communicate later. Next on the list was clothing. The kid liked soft things, so they tried to pick out things that were soft. The kid had no interest in the clothes whatsoever, but some packs of hair clips caught his attention. Probably because they were sparkly. They got some of those for him, obviously. They asked a store employee if they had any suggestions for a kid that hated socks and shoes. The woman they spoke to suggested slipper-style shoes or sandals to desensitize the kid to having things on his feet. They took her advice and got the softest outdoor slippers they could find along with sparkly jelly sandals since glitter seemed to appeal to the kid. Things were going surprisingly well. Of course, it couldn't stay that way. As they headed to the next store, passing the food court that was on a lower level, the kid made a run for it. As unexpected as it was for the kid to leap onto the railing overlooking the lower level and then jump off of it, Shouta didn't panic too much since the kid was still in his capture weapon. His escape was thwarted and he dangled over the railing, screeching his displeasure. People on both levels reacted to the scene initially with screams and now with murmuring and staring. That did not bode well for them. They had a toddler, dangling in the air, tied up, and screeching like he was being harmed. Fantastic. What the F dash? Hisashi whispered shakily as Shouta reeled the kid back up. He probably smelled the food. Raccoons are good jumpers and they can survive as much as a 40-meter drop if they fall. Shouta shrugged, pulling the kid into his arms once he was in reach. Yeah, but... Hisashi eyed the railing with concern. Hey you! And a security guard was marching over to them now. Lovely. Picture time. This is Chibi. Main CN next to a normal cat. They are big kitties. Woodland toys. The tent den. The blankets. Tanuki, brown, and Raccoon, gray. Is that your child? The security guard asked, eyeing the couple and the hissing kid in Shouta's arms. Really? That's how they handle this? A kidnapper could just say, yes, and leave. Sort of, Hisashi answered. Shouta shot him a look of disbelief. Wrong FING answer. Yes, Shouta interjected. He's ours. I'm sure you can understand that him jumping off a second-level balcony to get away from you doesn't instill much confidence, the security guard replied, narrowing his eyes at them. Suddenly the risk of being arrested was on the table. FING great. He just wanted food, Shouta tried to explain. His instincts from his quirk are pretty strong. He smelled the food court. Sure, the security guard drawled, disbelieving. I'm going to need to see proof that he's yours. Can't you see the resemblance? Hisashi asked jokingly as he gestured between the kid's face markings and Shouta's face. His eye bags specifically. Oh, he was gonna get him for that later. Like what? Do people generally carry around birth certificates or guardianship paperwork? Shouta deadpanned, ignoring Hisashi's antics. That was the wrong thing to say, apparently. The security guard glared at him and then pulled out his phone. What are you doing? Hisashi asked nervously. That's none of your business, the security guard snapped, also pressing a button on his belt. He's calling the police, Shouta sighed. He also called for backup to restrain them if needed. He could have just told them what proof he needed. Shouta genuinely didn't know. This was a really effed up situation. This is why he hated going outside, damn it. Police! Hisashi squawked. Look, this is just a misunderstanding. We're temporary guardians appointed by the police. We don't even have paperwork yet because it's only been a day. Oh, really? The security guard said, pausing his dialing. Yeah, Hisashi paused and looked around to make sure no one was listening. We're heroes. I swear. We can show you our licenses. The security guard gestured for them to show their licenses, so they did. After inspecting them, the security guard returned his attention to his phone. What officer is handling the case? I want to verify it with them. Detective Tsukachi, Shouta told him, mildly annoyed by this whole situation. Sure, it's great that this guy takes the possibility of kidnapped kids seriously, but still. This was tiring. After a long chat with Tsukachi, some verifying of badge and case numbers, and the arrival of 2 more security guards, they were finally cleared of suspicion. Try to keep him from jumping off balconies, the security guard ordered. Now that we know he'll try, we'll keep a closer eye on that, Shouta promised. And with that, they were free to go. The kid wriggled in his arms, seemingly upset that he was being carried now rather than being allowed to walk. They should have arrested you, problem child. Shouta, don't be mean to the baby. Hizashi scolded, scandalized by his comment. The baby started it, Shouta retorted. Almost got us arrested with his daredevil stunt. Hizashi just barely managed to hold back a laugh as the kid looked around in awe while drooling. Grabbing a napkin from the holder on the table they were waiting at, he wiped the little one's mouth. There's a lot of good smells, huh? Hizashi chuckled, pulling the kid into his lap. Shouta had gone to get a box of takoyaki to carry around with them. Hopefully, having food on hand would keep the kid from trying to escape to the food court again. The kid seemed content to stay in his lap, for now, only wiggling occasionally to look around. It was almost like he was too overwhelmed to even consider running off. Too many little restaurants to go to. Alright, I got the 24-count box. That might last the rest of the trip, Shouta said when he rejoined them. He gave one to the kid right away to let him try it. The kid got sauce on his hands since he yanked it off the toothpick Shouta had held it with, but it was better that he got messy than that he accidentally ate the toothpick. Pure bliss overtook the kid's expression as he bit into the ball of fried batter and diced octopus. Hizashi mentally added that to a list of favorite foods he was tracking for the kid. Sure, the kid hadn't actually turned down any food yet, but there were ones he clearly preferred. Like chips. After eating the whole treat and liking the sauce off his hands, the kid promptly flashed some puppy dog eyes at Shouta in an attempt to get more. You get more if you behave, Shouta bargained. Hizashi still wasn't sure the kid understood them, but talking to him as if he could would help him learn language sooner than if they baby talked him. They continued with their shopping, going to a personal care store this time. Hizashi already had a list of things in mind. The kid was allowed to walk on his own again because he was practically glued to Shuta's side, waiting for another takoyaki. The kid's hair was curly. Really curly. Hizashi had suspected, but the matting made it hard to tell until after he had brushed it out. The brush he had used was fine, better than others, but still not preferable for curly hair. So he tracked down a wide-tooth comb along with some coconut oil and a shampoo intended for curly hair. He had only gotten to work with curly hair once before, but he was confident that he was well-read enough to care for the kid's hair properly. The hair or fur on his ears and tail were straight, so he got something different for that. And then he considered the kid's nails. The store had 2 options for mutant-type quirks with claws. Larger nail clippers, similar to pet clippers, or nail grinders. The grinders could give a rounded finish to the claws, but the kid might not be comfortable with the noise or the feel of it. But if the kid moved while using the clippers, he could be hurt. He decided to get and try both. Shouta still had the kid calm and following along by offering a takoyaki every time his attention seemed to wane or he got distracted. It reminded him of that scene from the monster movie where they got the kid to go from place to place by laying out a trail of cereal on the floor. Except more sanitary since they weren't putting the baby's food on the floor. Soon enough, Hizashi had found everything the kid would need. He ran through his mental list a couple of times to be sure and then went over everything they had gotten the kid so far. Room stuff, care stuff, toys, educational things, clothes. I think that's everything. Hizashi looked to Shouta for confirmation as they left the store. I think so, Shouta agreed. Although, we could get a child HRNS that's actually meant to be a child HRNS. That way I can get my capture weapon back. True. There's a baby and toddler store down that way, Hizashi told him, pointing toward it. Shouta nodded and they headed off in that direction with the kid munching on a takoyaki. After managing to find a raccoon backpack leash of all things, they were ready to leave the mall. At least, until the kid came to a complete stop outside a hero merch store. Shouta frowned, wondering what caught his attention. Did the kid know any heroes? When they took him into the store, He made a beeline for a holographic acrylic keychain of Sir Night Eye. Shiny things. He and Hizashi helped the kid find a few more. One of Fat Gum, one of Present Mike, one of Gang Orca, and one of Ingenium. Once they paid for them, they finally left the mall. The kid was happily tilting his new sparkly keychains to make them shimmer. They would have to put them on his backpack HRS sometime later. Shouta let him have the rest of the takoyaki on the drive home. Do you think he'll ever stop eating? Hizashi asked. Like, would he register being full? I didn't think of that, Shouta replied. They would need to figure that out soon. Overfeeding the kid wasn't good for him either. He could make himself sick by eating too much. By the time they got home, the kid seemed sleepy, his eyes drooping more and more by the minute. Put him down in our room, or his nest I guess, and we can set up his room while he naps, Hizashi suggested, smiling fondly at the kid. It felt weird putting a kid in a closet, but that's where the kid insisted on sleeping, so Shouta did so, feeling mildly awkward about it. The kid curled up and fell asleep almost immediately. Looking at him, Shouta sighed. They were becoming attached already, weren't they? Clearing out the extra room hadn't been too hard. They'd move their desk to their bedroom once the kid was awake. A lot of the stored items could be scattered around the apartment strategically. Everything in the closet already could stay there since toddler clothes apparently didn't fit on normal hangers. They had some small drawers that could be used instead. Small enough to sit atop a table and also small enough for a little kid to use just fine. While Shouta set up the tent, Hizashi was working on setting up the bookshelf. It was going well until it wasn't. A small noise distracted him and he brought the hammer he was using down on one of his fingers. He hissed in pain, dropping the hammer. Son of AB, and suddenly there was a baby there. B biscuit. Shouta snorted. Nice save, Zashi. The kid who had clearly woken up from his nap blinked at Hizashi with a hint of concern. I'm okay, Hizashi promised, shaking his hand slightly. Just surprised me. Still looking worried, the kid held out a cracker to him. Oh, are you giving me a snack? Hizashi cooed, accepting it. Then he paused, looking at the box of crackers tucked under one of his arms. Wait, where did you get that? He responded by taking out another cracker and biting it. Then he turned to wander over to Shouta. Do I get a snack too? Shouta asked. There was an awkward pause as the kid finished his cracker. Then he took out another and ate that too. I guess not, Hizashi laughed. Shouta looked mildly affronted by that, but the kid didn't care. Humans were very strange. They liked to have things. They stockpiled things the way some animals stockpiled food for the winter. For hibernation. But all things and all the time. There were so many things that they kept, that they didn't even have room in their huge human burrows for all of them. A lot of their things ended up in the trash. He liked to eat the foods they threw away. Izuku had his human shirt, which he used for warmth since he didn't have fur. That was it. He gathered things to make nests wherever he stopped, but he left them behind for the next one who might need them. There were a lot of animals in the city. Some that he ate, but there were also some that he avoided. Like dogs. Humans brought dogs to the woods before to help them hunt since they weren't very good at it. And cats. Cats were also strange. Things just weren't needed when you didn't have a permanent burrow. They were hard to carry. Back in the woods, burrows were for family. There wasn't room for things. So Izuku had just never had things. Especially human things. But now he had a lot of things. His humans brought him to a place with more things than the trash had. All of the things were clean and smelled good or neutral. Not like trash. They wanted him to pick out things. That was silly since humans were the ones who kept lots of things and he wouldn't be able to take any things with him when he left. He gave in once they showed him soft things though. They were just so soft. The place also had food. That was better than things. He tried to get to the food but he was stopped by the dark-haired human. He got food soon after that, just with less jumping. Now they were back in his human's burrow. He took a nap because he was very full for once, and when he woke up, he found his human's food stash. They kept them in little dens. Inside those dens, they kept everything in containers. It wasn't hard to open them. Then he went off to find his humans. They were in one of the rooms, doing something with all the things they got. The things that were in this room before were gone now. He watched them work until the yellow one got hurt. He seemed to be fine, but just in case, he gave them some food. That always made Izuku feel better. Food was the best thing. After that, he just ate his newly found food and watched his humans do whatever they were doing. He wasn't really sure. They made him a den. The one he saw at the place with the things. They made it. With their hands. He crawled inside, only to be removed twice. The den couldn't be for them. They were too big. So he waited to see why he was removed. After a bit, the dark-haired human finished fussing with it and gestured for Izuku to go inside. He did so happily. The yellow human brought him all the soft things they had picked out at the place with the things. He was a little conflicted, but he ended up deciding to put down his food so that he could use the soft things to craft a nest. He could finish eating later. Or he could start a stash. Should I look at him? He's so cute. Izuku felt his ear flick at the loud noise from the yellow human. It was followed by a softer rumble from the dark-haired human. He preferred the dark-haired human sounds. They were comforting and gentle. Let him do his thing in peace, Zashi. I can't help it, he's building a little nest. The yellow human managed to be quieter that time, but it still sounded like a cross between a whine and a hiss. Izuku could overlook the human's volume though. They kept handing him soft things for his nest. Soon though, he was out of soft things. But it wasn't quite done. Crawling out of his nest and den, he walked past his humans and into their den to the nest he had slept in before. He heard footsteps as his humans followed him. Deconstructing a nest was always sad to him, but he needed some of these soft things for the sense. All of them would be too many, so he only picked out his favorites to bring to his new den. He's taking my silk scarf, Sho. Do you really want to fight the feral child for a scarf? That you're right. Wait, that's my Genriki Nico sweater. Do you really want to fight the feral child for a sweater? Shut up. Satisfied with his gathered soft things, Izuku got up and carried them back to his new nest to add them in. The only thing that would make it better would be the sense of his family. But they weren't here. Baby, what's wrong? Hisashi asked when the kid's mood seemed to drop. Just a second ago, he seemed really proud of the nest he made. Then suddenly he looked like he might cry. Shoyuta didn't expect the kid to crawl out of his nest and into his lap. Are you remembering sad things? He questioned quietly, petting his hair. I wish you could share your story with us. He will someday, Hisashi said with certainty. We'll teach him to talk. If he physically can't, there's always sign language or writing. But we will figure out how to communicate with him. He might not be with us long enough for that, Shoyuta reminded him. Has Tsukachi managed to find anything? Hisashi questioned, picking up the raccoon plush blanket to hand to the kid. The kid curled himself around it while keeping himself tucked against Shuta's chest. Even he could admit the kid was adorable. I was going to call him once we finished setting up the room for the kid, Shoyuta answered. Are we almost done? I think I just have some toys to open and put away if you want to call him now, Hisashi encouraged. I want to know more about the baby. Shoyuta sighed and shifted slowly so that he could get his phone from his pocket without disturbing the kid. He used one hand to open his contacts and called Tsukachi. The phone rang once, then twice. Eraser. Your paperwork was only just submitted. You'll need to wait longer than that for results. And what about results on identifying the kid? Shoyuta asked. Well, I was a little preoccupied with the near arrest you had at the mall today. Oh, he was not gonna let that go anytime soon. But I am searching the quirk database for people with a raccoon quirk. I kept it vague. The search includes those listed as deceased since some missing person cases end with the missing person being declared dead. Right? Shoyuta tried not to think about that. Any results so far? A few. But I assume he isn't Hiroshi, 56, from Hokkaido, or Kawaguchi-ko, 43, from Tokyo. And we can be sure he's not a woman who died of old age in Kochi, Tsukachi sighed. The search is still running. Give it some time, Eraser. Okay, got it, Shoyuta frowned. And don't get arrested for kidnapping your ward. Tsukachi hung up before he could retort. Adjusting to a kid, especially a feral one, proved to be challenging pretty quickly. Shouta and Hizashi both agreed to decrease their patrol routes by half so that someone was always home with the kid and able to be awake whenever the kid was awake. If that wasn't a necessity, their day and night shift schedules would have been fine. It took a lot of coordination to work it out. The kid turned out to be partially nocturnal. They researched quirks that caused that and found that it was usually quite difficult for kids to adjust to things like school without a strict sleep schedule and sometimes even sedatives. The kid wasn't in school now and might not be able to be for a while, so they weren't too concerned about it yet. Food remained the kid's favorite thing. When he started feeling full regularly, they had a small hiccup. The kid tried to keep eating until he was sick. Their best guess was food anxiety, but they found that they could trade with him to avoid that. They'd give him a sealed pantry snack and he'd let them take his leftovers to be packaged up and put in the fridge. The kid took his snacks back to his room, adding them to a stash for later. It kept him out of the cupboards too. Baths and brushing the kid's hair became easier, especially now that his hair and fur weren't matted. But the first time they clipped the kid's claws went horribly. He retaliated by murdering one of Hizashi's houseplants, spilling the soil in the pot all over himself and the floor. Little dirt footprints and handprints decorated the apartment. It was a lot to clean up. Keeping him entertained was surprisingly difficult. The kid didn't seem to have a normal concept of play. He did try wrestling with the cat exactly once, which Shouta quickly put a stop to. He was fine with roughhousing with the kid himself, though. Of course, he let the kid win once in a while. The kid did seem to really like movies. Shouta wasn't sure if the kid fully understood what was going on in them or if he just liked the movement on the screen. He seemed to have a firm grasp on body language at least. Especially if the movie was mostly animals. Nothing! Hizashi exclaimed, collapsing on the couch next to him. The kid scampered past them and into the kitchen. He was definitely going to steal snacks again. Not a single hiragana. He doesn't even copy sounds if I demonstrate them for him. It's been a week, Zashi, Shouta reminded him. Besides, I haven't had any issues. Excuse me? Hizashi whipped toward him. Watch this, Shouta replied before getting up and heading into the kitchen. He came back with raspberries and the kid trailing after him. He glanced at Hizashi to make sure he was watching. He was. Then he held out a raspberry. Kid, sit. The kid dropped immediately and Shouta rewarded him with the raspberry. Lay down. Hizashi made a strangled sound when the kid moved to lay on his belly. Shouta leaned over to give him another raspberry. Roll over. The kid rolled and stayed sprawled out on the floor while waiting for his raspberry. Shouta turned to Hizashi. See? I've taught him words. He understands us fine. For a moment, Hizashi just gaped at him and glanced between him and the kid. Then he closed his eyes and sighed. That feels unethical. Shouta, he's not a dog. Shouta just shrugged. Hey, if it works, it works. It'll keep him safe if I teach him to sit or stay on command. It's more important than him learning cheese, or cat, or anything like that. And to roll over? Hizashi asked incredulously. Maybe that one was just for fun, Shouta admitted. Shouta, you can't just. Hizashi's lecture was cut off by Shuta's phone ringing. He gave his fiancée an apologetic smile and answered the call. He couldn't ignore it. It was Tsukachi. I think I may have found the identity of your kid, Tsukachi told him. We need you to bring him in so that we can confirm. After filling the leash backpack with snacks and the plushy blanket the kid was attached to, they buckled it onto the kid and headed to the police station. As soon as they got inside with people milling about, the kid tried to climb Shouta. He picked up the kid and carried him to the front desk. We're here to see Tsukachi. Tell him it's Eraserhead and Mike, he told the secretary. They didn't have to wait long before Tsukachi retrieved them and took them to a conference room. There was a blonde woman already sitting there. The kid's mother? Eraser, this is Bakugo Mitsuki. She's here to help identify the kid, Tsukachi explained. The woman's eyes were locked on the kid. That's him, she said confidently. That's Izuku. Tsukachi sighed and nodded. All right, let's go over what we know about the kid then. They all sat at the table with Bakugo. Midoriya Izuku. His quirk is simply known as Racoon and he is 6 years old. His birthday is July 15th, so he'll be 7 in about 8 months. and he was presumed dead shortly after his 3rd birthday, along with his parents. Shouta held the kid a little tighter. But what happened? Hisashi asked. They went on a trip to Mt. Fuji for Izuku's birthday, Bakugo spoke up. Our families were originally supposed to go together, but my son came down with something a few days before we were supposed to leave. They were hiking on the Fujinomiya Trail, which was supposed to be safe since it was midsummer, but she looked away and Tsukachi took over for her. According to the police report, a part of the trail collapsed due to heavy rain the night before. The Midoriyas fell down the mountain. They found his parents, but they never found Izuku. The search parties continued looking for 3 months. In the end, he was declared dead since a 3-year-old couldn't survive in that environment alone. Especially in the winter. Should he be hearing this? Bakugo asked, casting a worried look at the kid. Izuku. He won't understand us, Shouta told her. However, he survived. The end result is that he became feral. I've managed to teach him very simple words using food as a motivator, but his grasp of the Japanese language isn't great. He responds better to body language. Oh. Well, I suppose I'll have to research that if I'm going to take him in, she sighed. I don't think that's a great idea, Hisashi frowned, surprising Shouta. He has been a handful to manage and we're both pro-heroes. He's extremely skilled in sneaking, climbing, and hiding. He's strong, has sharp claws, and doesn't know his own strength, so when he throws a fit, he can and has hurt people. As pro-heroes, we're trained to handle that sort of thing safely. Hisashi held up his bandaged hand where Izuku scratched him during the claw-clipping incident to prove a point. And? My son has an explosion quirk. You think I'm not used to that? Bakugo scoffed. My skin heals quickly and never scars because of my quirk. I'll be fine. Are you fast enough to catch him if he tries to jump from 20 or 30 feet up in the air? Shouta countered, backing up his fiancée. Because I am. I've already had to. Why the hell would he do that? Bakugo demanded accusingly. Because he's more animal than human right now, and when he smelled food he went for it without hesitation, Shouta explained. I found him breaking into a vending machine. He sleeps in a den, and before we got him one, he'd go find a substitute. He hoards food. He will go digging in houseplants if inclined. He responds to the world strictly on instinct at this point. Maybe someone should be fixing that, Bakugo replied, raising her voice. Maybe it'd be easier for him to reacclimate when he's around family rather than strangers. Izuku's ears dropped. He hasn't even reacted to you since he came in here, Hisashi pointed out. Nothing about his behavior right now is indicating that he even recognizes you, let alone considers you family. Probably because that homeless-looking prick won't let him go. He has him on a leash for F's sake. Who does that to a kid his age? He's not 2. Bakugo shouted, standing up. Izuku whined and scrambled off of Shuta's lap, running behind Hisashi's chair. Hisashi got up to catch and comfort the kid. Shouta stood up to confront the beach that scared his kid. You really think you're the one who should be taking care of him when you can't even manage your own temper? He needs patience to be rehabilitated, Shouta scolded. I can manage my temper fine. You're not a child. You're just a scruffy a-hole that's set on pissing me off, which you do not want to do, Bakugo threatened. What are you gonna do? Heal my scars? Shouta mocked. My fiancé could shout you through a FNG wall. Shouta, calm down. The baby. Hisashi warned. Izuku was in his arms, crying. I think we need a break, Tsukachi suggested. Maybe Officer Sansa can watch Izuku when we reconvene. Bakugo was left in the conference room while Tsukachi brought Shouta, Hisashi, and the kid to a room meant for interviewing children. Izuku. They had a name for him now. Did he even remember his name? Would he respond to it? They would just have to see. Hisashi settled on a couch with Izuku in his lap, taking out the plushy blanket for the kid to cuddle. Tsukachi affixed Shouta with a disappointed frown. You yelled at a civilian. I was acting as the guardian of my kid, not a pro-hero. I can yell if I want, Shouta huffed. The cries dissolved into sniffles as Izuku was comforted by Hisashi's hugs and the softness of his fuzzy toy. You shouldn't threaten her, Tsukachi sighed. She started it, Shouta grumbled. Tsukachi ignored that. Once Izuku calms down, I'll call Sansa to watch him for a bit. Izuku blinked at the cat that his humans left him with. They stood up like he did and even wore human clothes like him. He was much bigger than the cat in his human's den. When he tried to wrestle with the cat, he was stopped. From what he understood of the gestures the dark-haired human made, it was because the cat was too small. His dam said that about young pups too. But this cat was bigger than him, so he could wrestle them, right? So, would you like to play with something? There are toys around here. The cat started looking through containers tucked away in the wall. He recognized some of the colorful things as things his humans had gotten for him and his den. They were for playing. That was an invitation to play. That meant he had permission to wrestle. Crouching so that he could sneak up on the cat, he prepared to pounce. There are puzzles. Those are fun. The cat kept their back to him, which is what his sire would do when they played, pretending not to notice him sneaking because he was smaller and needed the practice. This cat clearly had the same idea. Izuku! The cat's ear twitched and then they were turning. What are you, oh? He pounced as the cat's ears dropped and their eyes widened. Wait, I'm not. Listen. I'm sorry for threatening you. And yelling. And scaring Izuku, but Kogu apologized. You were right. I lost my temper. Inko was like a sister to me and Izuku was practically my nephew. Our families did everything together and I thought he was dead this whole time. I'm a little overprotective of my family. I can understand that, Shouta admitted begrudgingly. I'm sorry for threatening you back. Yeah, well, I started it, she shrugged. Shouta shot a smug look at Tsukachi who just rolled his eyes. I'm protective, but that being said, I can recognize that maybe I'm not the best person to care for Izuku. My son and I both yell a lot. Even though we wouldn't yell at Izuku, we're still loud and clearly being around loud things is stressful for him. Plus he looked to you too for comfort once he was scared. That's usually a good sign that a kid trusts you. We could always revisit the topic of custody once Izuku's more rehabilitated, Hizashi offered hesitantly. And we can do regular visitation in the meantime. I'm not intending to take your family from you. I just truly think Izuku would be safest in our care for now. I agree and visitation is fine with me, but Kogu smiled. Izuku seems attached to you anyway. If everyone is in agreement, we can set up a loose schedule, Tsukachi spoke up, and then discuss anything else that should be reviewed, such as Izuku's medical history. But Kogu nodded. Our kids got vaccinations together, so I can tell you what he's missed. Shouta was just glad they wouldn't have to actually fight this woman. Oh, stop it. Izuku hissed at the cat and climbed over their shoulder to gnaw on one of their ears. Please, let me go. This cat wasn't very good at play fighting. Even his dark-haired human was better than this, and the human didn't even use teeth or claws. Izuku! A tug on his chest pulled him back over the cat's shoulder. It was that stupid thing his humans made him wear. He was okay with it earlier because it had snacks inside, but now the cat was using it against him. That's cheating. Just hold still. Large paws with human clothes on them held him in place, forcing his arms down to his sides. This isn't playing. This is unfair. This is not how playing is done. Izuku wiggled in protest. Sit there. Please. The cat plopped him down on the floor and used the tail on the thing holding the snacks to tie his arms down. Izuku narrowed his eyes at the cat as they finally backed up a bit. They didn't actually think that making him be stuck with that pathetic tail would work, did they? His dark-haired human's tail is much better at making him be stuck to them forever. I hope we've come to an understanding. Read to you maybe? When the cat turned his back, which you never ever do, Izuku leaned down to chew through the tail. Then he undid the click sound things, remembering how his humans put it on him earlier. He wasn't going to keep it on because now they were fighting for real. He learned his lesson after having it used against him once. That cat would regret breaking the rules of play. He readied himself to pounce again, growling this time. I know you probably aren't happy about that, but you were gonna hurt me, and that's not. The cat turned around, their ears dropping again. Oh, please no. The door to the conference room slammed open. Detective, the precinct is under attack. What? By who? Tsukachi asked, already getting up and rushing toward the officer in the doorway. Shouta and Hizashi had gotten up quickly as well. In the hallway, they could see several officers running by. "We aren't sure, but we found Sansa collapsed in the hallway," the officer answered. He was covered in scratches and his uniform vest was shredded. Shouta exchanged a nervous glance with Hizashi. It was probably Izuku. Tsukachi seemed to realize the same thing. Make sure every officer knows not to engage if it's a small child with raccoon features. He's feral and just started rehabilitation. De-escalation only. Just locate him and try to keep him in one area. "Yes, sir," the officer said before rushing off, repeating Tsukachi's warning on a walkie-talkie. "Hold on, he took down a full-grown adult?" Bakugo questioned, sounding shocked. "He's effing tiny. Not even that much bigger than when he disappeared. How would? I suspect there's some kind of strength aspect to his quirk," Shouta told her. "We're going to have to take him to a specialist since his registration only mentioned the physical mutations. Come on. Let's go get him. You two will be able to calm him down," Tsukachi said, directing them out of the room. "Bakugo-san, please stay here." "Sure, no problem," Bakugo said, surprisingly cooperative considering how worried she looked. They found the kid facing off with a vending machine of all things. "Sir, we have people on both ends of the hallway to cut off his escape," an officer reported. "I don't think we need to worry about him trying to escape," Shouta said, watching the kid growl and hiss at the vending machine. "At least not yet." "Because we're here now," Hizashi added. "Not exactly," Shouta grimaced. But before Hizashi could ask why they heard the sound of shattering glass, the kid had jumped into the vending machine feet first, busting through the window where you viewed the snacks. "Shit. That's why." Hizashi followed him, making panicked noises when Shouta went to pull the kid out of there. Izuku still wasn't wearing shoes because he was a stubborn brat about them. Shouta was kind of regretting letting that disagreement go now. "Shouta, is he okay?" Hizashi asked as Shouta picked up the kid from where he was half in, half out of the vending machine. Thankfully, most of the glass had fallen inside the machine and the shards were chunky due to the thickness. "Nothing too bad. The soles of his feet seem fine and then some small nicks on his legs," Shouta answered, inspecting his wriggling problem child. "Stop moving." "I'm so sorry, Tsukachi. We'll pay for this," Hizashi promised, turning to the detective. "In hindsight, maybe we shouldn't have left him with Sansa," Tsukachi sighed. One of the officers spoke up. "Are we gonna talk about how a toddler just broke through 1-inch thick glass without any issue? 'Cause I feel like we should talk about that." "It's above your pay grade, Pseudo-san," Tsukachi dismissed before looking around at the rest of the staff that was gathered there. "Can we get this glass cleaned up?" After Tsukachi sent all his officers back to work, they returned to the conference room that they left Bakugo in. They picked up a first aid kit along the way so that they could clean up the little cuts on Izuku's legs. Bakugo was definitely worried about that. "What happened?" she demanded when she saw the first aid kit placed on the table. "He fought a vending machine," Hizashi answered as he started cleaning the cuts with a disinfectant wipe. Of course, the kid hissed at him. "He won this time," Shouta told her, feeling a little proud of the brat. Considering he was able to smash through the glass, that confirms there being a strength aspect to his quirk. Bakugo chuckled. "He used to be such a timid kid and now he's a firecracker like my son. Good for him. He needed some confidence." "Leave that," Hizashi scolded quietly. It looked like only one of the cuts was big enough to need a band-aid and Izuku was now trying to peel it off. The kid squawked unhappily when Hizashi held his hands to get him to leave it alone. "I guess I should give you any other information you need so that you can get him home," Bakugo offered, smiling at the kid fondly. "That'd be great," Hizashi replied. "We can set up a playdate for him and your son sometime soon too. You'll just need to make sure he knows Izuku's situation." "I'll make sure my brat knows to be careful," Bakugo promised. 3 days after identifying the kid, the young heroes found themselves at Best Jeanist's agency. They had made an appointment with him in the hope that he could improve the backpack HRSS that Izuku had escaped from so easily. Really, they should have realized that he'd figure out the buckles that quickly. Raccoons were already smart without the added boost of human intelligence that Izuku had. You mentioned over the phone that he likes food, so I've prepared something, Best Jeanist said, leading them into some sort of testing room. On a work table was several bags. Each of these has a different type of buckle and lock. We will put food inside the bags with him watching so that he knows it's in there, and then we'll let him try to open them. And then you'll replace the buckles on his backpack with whatever he can't open? Hizashi guessed. Exactly, Best Jeanist replied. He picked up a bag of crackers and made sure he had Izuku's attention before putting it in one of the bags. Now we begin. The bag was handed to Izuku, who instantly started trying to undo the buckle. It took him less than 30 seconds to find a button that released it. He claimed his treat from inside the bag. Best Jeanist just calmly put another snack in a different bag and handed that one over too. Over the next hour, Izuku steadily worked his way through cam buckles, ratchet buckles, slide buckles with teeth, tie buckles, military buckles, and even locked buckles. A padlock on a buckle was simple enough for him to snap off, and he got through a combination lock by listening closely while spinning the numbers. Shouta could admit that he was impressed. What finally stopped the kid was a buckle with a lock mechanism built into it that required a key. Izuku even tried gnawing on it for good measure. Given enough time and maybe some tools, Shouta was sure the kid could get through that one too. But when they're walking around, he won't have the time or resources he'd need to do that. That buckle should hold him. This one will most likely work then. Best Jeanist opened a drawer and pulled out more of the same kind of buckles along with the keys that go with them. Let me see his backpack. Shouta handed it over and the hero got to work, using his quirk to remove the original buckles and replace them with the locking buckles. Hizashi stared down at the kid who was currently eating one of the snacks he earned. He understood the concept of the locks well enough to undo a combination lock. Yes. Shouta tilted his head, not really seeing the point of that train of thought. I think he's choosing not to communicate with us. Hizashi started pouting. Language isn't quite the same as puzzles or abstract concepts, Shouta pointed out. It would require more memorization. Not to mention, mutation quirks can make speaking physically difficult for some people. We'll figure it out in time. What if he doesn't want to talk to us? Hizashi gasped, looking horrified at the idea. He's a feral kid. Don't take it personally, Shouta chided. If the kid really was choosing not to talk, then it was probably just because he didn't see how it could aid his survival. I'm gonna take it personally, Hizashi huffed, folding his arms. Shouta just rolled his eyes at his fiancée's dramatics. He doubted the man actually would take it personally. Here, Best Jeanist interrupted, holding up the altered backpack. This ought to hold him. If it doesn't, you can come back and we'll test some more difficult locks. Thank you, Shouta replied, accepting the bag. Best Jeanist handed over the keys too, showing him that they were marked and pointing out which buckles each one unlocked. He got the backpack on Izuku without issue after putting his earned snacks in it for him. As they were leaving, Best Jeanist had one last thing to say. Mike, Teresa, I must say parenthood suits you. I wish you luck with your new charge. We're just rehabilitating him, Hizashi dismissed, his ears turning the slightest shade of pink. It seems otherwise to me, Best Jeanist said cryptically. Not knowing what else to say, they just headed home with their kid. Waking up, soft humming reached his ears as it did every morning. Shouta groaned as he pulled himself out of bed, knowing he should face the day even if mornings were the worst. When he got to the living room with a clear view into the kitchen, he froze. Hizashi was humming as he made breakfast, which was normal in their routine. But this time he was carrying Izuku, secured by one arm and balanced on one hip as he moved around the kitchen. The kid had his face tucked into Hizashi's shoulder, sleepily watching him cook with drooping eyelids. The sight was adorable. It was breathtaking. His heart hurt in the best way. Another in a long list of moments where he was overwhelmingly in love with Yamada Hizashi. The moment was interrupted when Hizashi noticed him. Hey coffee's ready. Shouta made a quiet sound of acknowledgement, wanting to bask further in his fiancée's beauty. Breakfast will be ready soon. Peanut here seems to have had a nightmare or something. That broke him out of his daze. He moved across the living room and into the kitchen. What happened? I had gotten up to make breakfast when Izuku came bolting out of his room. He tried to shove himself under the couch, so I went over to stop him. Poor baby was trembling. He didn't mind me stopping him at least. He actually clung to me once he registered who I was, Hisashi explained. Well, that explained why the kid looked so tired. Has he calmed down then? I think so. He was a bit teary earlier, but he seems okay now. Just a little drowsy, Hisashi answered. Thoughtfully. Whatever emotions he was going through probably drained him. Shouta nodded in agreement, reaching for the kid. Here, I'll take him while you finish up. Just don't give him any coffee, Hisashi teased. Izuku let them transfer him between the two adults without complaint. Once he was in Shuta's arms, he tucked his head into Shouta the way he had with Hisashi. It was probably comfortable or comfort ing to him. Either way, Shouta shifted the kid in his arms to accommodate the position. I know better than to give a kid coffee, Shouta scoffed. He's feral enough. Why would I intentionally add to that? Shouta poured his own cup of coffee one-handed and then went to sit at the table, settling the kid in his lap. He faltered when Izuku nuzzled at his neck and initiated a hug for the first time. After a few seconds to process that, he rubbed the kid's back reassuringly. It's okay, Izuku. I've got you. Everything's all right now. The kid whined in response and held on tighter. Shouta just let him. When he looked up to the arrival of plates on the table, he caught Hisashi watching him with a fond expression. The same expression that Shouta was sure was on his face earlier while he stood frozen in the living room, falling in love all over again. It would never matter how many years had passed. Hisashi was his everything. And he suspected that Izuku was starting to be too. The lock that beat the raccoon baby. Mama. Flower. Oh yes. It's a very pretty flower, Izuku. It's called an iris. They protect people. He watched as the flower was picked and tucked away in his green curls, tickling his ear. Now you'll stay safe all day, she smiled. He felt safe. She was safe. That flower. Ah, as lovely as you and your mom, I see. Shall we look for more flowers? Yeah. More. He found himself hoisted into the air and settled on strong, wide shoulders. His hands fisted into black curls, so similar to his own. The inky black of his hands blended into the mess of hair. I think I saw some morning glories over there. At her suggestion, they were walking back down the trail they had come up earlier. Once they had some morning glories in hand, they started heading back up the trail, climbing further up into the mountain. They picked flowers together the whole way up. Mama, look, kakin flower. Soft giggles poured out of her. Oh goodness. It really does look like Katsuki, doesn't it? I pick, he declared, running over to the bush of yellow, spiky flowers. Izuku, wait. That's too close to the edge. The loud, booming of his voice made Izuku freeze, tears welling up in his eyes. Darling, you didn't need to yell. She started marching over to Izuku with him trailing after her, looking embarrassed. I didn't mean to. I got scared. You panicking doesn't help him. You'll only make him panic too. You're right, honey. Of course. I'm always right. The rumbling laughter that followed made Izuku relax again as his parents surrounded him. Everything was fine. No one was mad. They were safe. He was safe. Suddenly, fall, screaming, hurting, fighting, kidding, soft, but alone. Mama. He tried to get up, but it hurt. The pretty flower fell out of his hair and onto the ground. Dark drip, drip, dripped onto the ground next to it. His face stung. Dada? Mama? He cried. Tears stung the cuts on his cheek as they dripped down his face. He wailed until his throat hurt and kept wailing, hoping for someone to come find him. The bushes were still. Nobody came. Eventually, he got up and crawled toward the bushes. Branches clawed at his cheeks as he crawled through them. On the other side, his dark human and his yellow human lay broken in the underbrush. His pack scattered around them, just as lifeless. His families. Gone. No longer safe. He wasn't safe. He shot awake and tried to flee. But he was in his nest, so he just got stuck and tripped. Once he got himself untangled, he ran out of the big room to find an even smaller space. Somewhere safe. While he was trying to cram himself into the tiniest space he could fit, hands stopped him. He turned to hiss at the new danger only for his vision to be filled with yellow and kind green. His yellow human. Alive. They picked him up and he tucked himself against them immediately, listening to their heartbeat through their human shirt. Thump. Alive. Thump. Still alive. Thump. They carried him away to the room with the food, but he clung to them, letting his claws catch in the fabric of their human shirt in case they tried to put him down. He would never let them go. Unless his dark human also showed up. Alive. He curled into the warmth of his dark human when they held him. The urge to hold them back filled him. Their breath hitched when he did. They smelled happy. He was happy too. Despite Izuku's aversion to hospitals, Shouta knew they had to go back eventually. Not only did he need a checkup to ensure he was recovering as expected, but he needed to see a quirk specialist and a speech therapist. Although Hisashi taught English to high schoolers, that was very different from teaching a child to use language in the first place. They needed help. To make the process as simple as possible for Izuku, they scheduled all 3 appointments on the same day. They would just go and get it all done and over with at once. Perfect solution. The basic checkup went well enough. Izuku's weight had already increased to a safe level. He did bite the nurse who came to draw Izuku's blood, but luckily, the nurse had a quirk that made him sponge-like. The feral kid wasn't even able to make an open wound. He did find the texture of the man's arm interesting though and kept chewing on him. The nurse didn't seem to mind. He's still lacking a few key nutrients, the doctor told them when going over the results. His calcium and potassium are low, but I think that may be due to quirk dietary requirements. He may need to take supplements to ensure he meets his needs. We can probably do that, Hisashi replied, likely thinking about how difficult it would be to get Izuku to swallow pills. They haven't had to test that yet. Otherwise, he's fine. No illnesses have developed since he was brought in, the doctor said cheerfully. He also seems more acclimated to people, which is good for his recovery. They thanked the doctor and headed to the next appointment in a neighboring building. A quirk specialist, who needed more blood from Izuku. I know. I'm sorry. That should be the last time. Shouta soothed the grumpy, whiny kid in his lap. He gave him a cookie as an apology and a distraction. They had to wait a while for Izuku's genome to be sequenced. The kid had calmed down by the time the quirk specialist came back with a stack of papers. So, you'll get to take these printouts home, but let's go over this a bit in case you have any questions. Okay, go ahead, Shouta prompted, ignoring the quiet hiss from Izuku, who was still bitter about getting his blood drawn a second time. According to his quirk registration, he was born with his physical mutations. The ears, tail, claws, teeth, and skin markings. He also had minor enhanced senses as a result of his mutations as well as animal instincts. Clearly, his time in the wild enhanced those instincts quite a bit. Is it permanent? Hisashi asked, sounding worried. His instincts aren't a bad thing. They're just out of balance, the doctor reassured him. He will always have them, but they can be balanced with human civility. He just needs to relearn his social skills and come to terms with the fact that he doesn't need to rely solely on his animal instincts to stay alive. Living in constant danger was what tipped the balance. He needs to feel safe to relearn things, Shouta concluded. The doctor nodded. Exactly. Now, as for new things that developed when his quirk fully manifested. Izuku-kun here has enhanced agility, strength, and intelligence. He doesn't exactly have super strength, but rather, he has strength proportional to a raccoon. Raccoons can lift anywhere from 1.5 to 3 times their body weight. Izuku-kun is the same. The weight he can lift will be dependent on his body weight and how well he maintains his muscle strength. Hisashi paled. He's 18 kilograms. At the maximum, that's over 50 kilograms. His maximum could also potentially increase once he's a teenager or adult, the doctor added. Alright, anything else? Shouta questioned, making a mental note to test Izuku's current limit somehow. It'd be good to know exactly what strength level he was dealing with. His senses will be a bit stronger now than they were when he was born, the doctor continued. If you ever let him in water, You can expect that he'll be a naturally strong swimmer. While he has night vision, he's partially colorblind. He may favor grays and greens. He is also able to adapt to nearly any environment and has immunity to parasites. I suppose that explains how he's okay after being in the wild so long, Hisashi realized. Most likely yes, the doctor agreed. It would be hard for him to get sick from scavenging. Not that he should scavenge anymore, Hisashi frowned. Shouta did not voice his thought that the kid would probably continue to whenever he got the chance. Izuku was odd like that. No, you're right. It's better that he doesn't, but at the very least, it wouldn't harm him, the doctor clarified. Anyway, that's all for his quirk. Were there any other questions either of you had? Can he physically talk? Hisashi asked. He should be able to in theory, the doctor answered. His vocal cords are mutated to allow him to make sounds beyond the typical human scope, but not in a way that would disallow speech. I guess we'll just need to talk to the speech therapist now, Hisashi sighed. The doctor nodded in agreement and then they were on their way to the next appointment. Today had been not the best. Izuku wasn't sure why his humans brought him to this smelly, cold place or why they insisted on letting the humans in white touch him. They smelled very nervous though, so it must be important. Every time one of the humans in white sat down to talk with his humans, their anxiety seemed to lessen. So he put up with it for now. Now they were in yet another room within the smelly, cold place. Instead of white, the human here wore something with flowers on it. He liked flowers and this human was keeping their distance, so maybe he would like this one better. The others he couldn't help but hiss at. His humans were talking with the flower human and had been for a while now. He was really bored, but his dark human kept giving him berries from a clear bag. It helped to have snacks. 3-year-olds should definitely be able to talk, assuming he wasn't behind on any developmental milestones. At that age, their vocabulary would be limited, but they would still be able to provide short, simple responses to questions. That being said, for almost 3.5 years, he had no use for our language. That's more than enough time to forget what he knew. What would you recommend going forward then? His yellow human smelled sad. He growled at the flower human for making his yellow human sad. Then his dark human gave him another berry. He must approve of Izuku defending his yellow human. I would recommend speaking to him consistently. Use simple language that's age-appropriate, but don't baby-talk him. Don't expect him to reciprocate speech since it might discourage you if he doesn't. Until he's comfortable with human language again, you should try to learn what his language means. The growls, rumbling, and body language. He is communicating already. You just don't understand him, the same way he doesn't understand you. In combination with learning to understand him, you can utilize nonverbal communication as a middle ground. Like sign language? Izuku watched his yellow human perk up. The flower human said something good this time. It made his yellow human happier. No, that's still a human language. Something that is universal, barring some exceptions, is visual input. You see a tree, he also sees a tree. Pictures are a good way to establish communication with someone who doesn't communicate using the same language. There are boards and books that you can get with images that would be used daily, like food or water. I managed to teach him some words using food as a motivator. He just doesn't say them. His dark human stopped feeding him berries to talk to the flower human. Unacceptable. Through repetition, he will learn words. In typical child development, babies and toddlers learn to recognize words long before they are able to speak them. That's why it's important to speak to him consistently whether he actually speaks or not. Your goal, for now, will simply be to get him to recognize what you say, not to get him to physically talk. That can come later. So, a picture board? Where can we find that? There are a lot available online. I can give you a list of websites after our session. For today, I have one in my office so we can show Izuku-kun how to use it. The flower human stood up and went to get something on the other side of the room before coming back to them. They had a big thing. He watched as they rolled it flat on a table. This is larger than most personal boards since it's meant for a group setting. You could hang this up in a classroom and multiple kids could use it. He didn't have to wonder about it for long since his humans and the flower human all moved to sit around it. Izuku was still in his dark human's lap, but he was right up close to the flat thing on the table. It had a lot of smaller things on it, like the papers under their bed with his humans' faces on them. He recognized some things, like the bright shape that he saw around the city. He reached out to touch it. Stop. He startled when the flower human spoke, using a finger to tap the same thing he was. Ignoring them, he went to find a different thing. He didn't want to share. There was a berry like the ones in the bag his dark human had been feeding him. But the flower human followed his movement. Fruit. They tapped the berry too. He hissed. The flower human moved to touch some different things. Izuku want fruit? Their fingers stopped on his berry again. His dark human held up the bag of berries, catching Izuku's attention. The flower human repeated the last two things they touched. Want fruit? Then his yellow human joined in. I want fruit. Izuku watched, betrayed, as his dark human gave his yellow human a berry. Those were his. His dark human pointed to the same things his yellow human had. I want fruit. And then he also ate one of Izuku's berries. If he didn't like these two humans so much, he might have bitten them. He looked between his humans, the berries, and the flat thing. The flat thing meant something. Somehow, it let them take his berries. If he wanted his berries back, he needed to use the flat thing. Quickly, he pointed to the things his humans had before, holding out a hand in demand of the berries. He did not expect the spike of happy from his humans and to get pulled into his yellow human's lap. You did it. You communicated. Oh, I'm so glad. He was still berryless, so he held out his hand again. His dark human smiled and gave him several berries from the clear bag. He munched on them while the flower human showed off a few more ways to use the flat thing. Some of the things they said he recognized as things he could do in exchange for snacks. When he was done with his berries, he looked over the flat thing again. His pack used different noises to talk. So did humans. The things on the flat thing were easy enough to understand. Easier than learning new barks and growls from his pack. Easier than learning human noises. He was pretty sure he could use them too. He wanted to leave the smelly, cold place. Hizashi watched with bated breath as Izuku pointed to some images on the board on his own. Garden? He questioned. Then Izuku pointed to an open door. Open. He wants to leave, Shouta guessed after a few seconds. Why do you think that? Hizashi asked. Shouta sighed and leaned forward to point at the images. The deep garden one is just a picture of flowers. There are flowers on her shirt. And then open is an open door. So I think he wants to leave her office and go home, Shouta explained. The speech therapist laughed. That's probably correct. Since he can't read, he may not use the images exactly as intended. He'll likely take the images literally and use them to fit what he's trying to say. You might have to puzzle out some of his attempts to communicate. I have no issue with that, but Shouta will probably be better at it, Hizashi admitted. He's already pretty straightforward about things. You ready to be a translator, Shouta shrugged. He didn't really mind. Can we make a custom version of this thing? So that if he doesn't connect one of these to what they're meant to represent, we can replace it with a different image. Sure. You can make your own with a little effort, the speech therapist answered. You can also get ones that use real images rather than clip art so that it's not so abstract. Izuku decided to change tactics since they hadn't moved. This time he pointed to garden and away. The speech therapist and Hizashi both laughed at that. That's certainly not abstract, Hizashi managed between giggles. I suppose he's made his point, the speech therapist acknowledged. Our session is nearly up anyway. Might as well grant him his wish. Thank you so much for your help, Hizashi said as they stood to leave. Shouta kept carrying Izuku while Hizashi shook the speech therapist's hand. No problem. I'll print off the list of websites I was talking about with your discharge summary. The person at the checkout desk will help you take care of all that, she replied. Soon, they had the papers they needed and they were on their way. At home, Shouta was still working on getting Izuku out of his buckles when the doorbell rang, followed by insistent knocking. Shouta, Hizashi, I know you're in there. Where have you been? He and Hizashi locked eyes above Izuku's flattened ears. They'd forgotten about Nemuri. Izuku will get a book like this soon. Heroes were busy people. New heroes just released from sidekick positions were really busy people. Heroes, newly released from sidekick positions, who also ran a radio show were really, really busy people. Nemuri knew that. She understood. But she saw no excuse for her friends to go completely radio silent for 2 whole weeks. Not a single call or text or anything. So she made her way to their apartment to make sure they were both alive and uninjured. If either one was, she'd tear them a new a-hole. They knew better than to hide injuries from her. After they lost their mutual friend in high school, they all communicated openly about injuries so that they could be there for each other. It was an unspoken rule, but it was still a rule. Their car was outside in the parking lot, so she made her way up and rang their doorbell once before pounding on the door. Shouta, Hizashi, I know you're in there. Where have you been? The lack of response lasted too long. A show of guilt. Or they were scrambling for clothes because she came at a bad time. Either way, I swear, if one of you doesn't answer this door in 30 seconds, I will kick it down. You know I'm capable. When the door quickly swung open, Hizashi stood there looking at her with a rare exasperation. Perhaps she had come at a bad time. Keep your voice down. Hizashi scolded. That's rich coming from you, voice hero. Nemuri shot back. She began pushing her way into the apartment, closing the door behind herself. Why in the hell have you two dropped off the face of the earth? Is Shouta injured again? For a second, all she got was a growl in response to that, but before she could even begin to roll her eyes at the dark-haired man she saw in her peripheral vision, something small shot at her. She easily caught the weight of it, but she could hardly see with it scratching at her face. Did her friends find another stray cat to nurse back to health? Wait, she's not going to hurt you or us. Hizashi exclaimed, sounding panicked. No. Sit. Shouta ordered. The weight on her started shifting as if he were trying to lift it off. Sit? Did they pick up a dog this time? Did Shouta even like dogs? A dog was a way different situation than a cat, especially since she couldn't tell how big it was at the moment. It felt big. Before Shouta could get it completely off her, it bit down on her hand. For the sake of calming it down, she released her quirk even if her friends would get caught up in it. 3 bodies dropped to the floor in rapid succession, leaving her to recover alone. As she caught her breath, she looked down at the mass of fluff that had attacked her. Fluffy green ears and a striped tail, and human clothes on a human body. That was a child. Oh no, they're going to kill me, Nemuri realized, looking at the trio on the floor. Shaking her head, she headed over to them to get them off the ground and onto the couch at least. Why is there even a child here? And why did they bite me? Once she had them settled with the little ones snuggled between them, she laid a blanket over them and pulled up a chair to wait. She was going to be in so much trouble, wasn't she? Being someone who was used to functioning on little sleep, Shouta was the first one to wake up. The pleasant heaviness in his head told him he'd been hit by Nemuri's quirk. It took him a few more moments to sort through sensations and thoughts. A weight half on his lap that he recognized as Izuku, the light smell of Hizashi's shampoo near his face. Izuku attacked Nemuri and she used her quirk. He opened his eyes, straightening up quickly. Nemuri was sitting in a chair that she brought over from the dining table. Who's the kid? She asked once she noticed he was awake. Izuku. A feral kid I found in a vending machine. We're rehabilitating him, Shouta answered. His gaze locked onto a couple of partially clotted gashes on her cheek. You're bleeding. Oh yeah. He scratched the sheet out of me, Nemuri huffed before pausing in thought. I'm sorry, did you say a vending machine? I did, Shouta replied, not explaining further. Mostly because it amused him. You should have bandaged those. I'll get the first aid kit. I wasn't sure how my quirk would affect him because of his mutations. I didn't want to leave the room in case he woke up first, Nemuri offered as an explanation while Shouta shifted the kid fully onto Hizashi. He took a few seconds to appreciate how Hizashi instinctively held Izuku and how the kid burrowed his face into the man's shoulder. Adorable. That probably would have resulted in disaster, Shouta agreed, heading to the bathroom for the first aid kit. Once he had it, he brought it back and began treating the scratches on her face and neck, as well as the bite on her hand. I'm not sure how he'll react when he wakes up. He tended to her wounds, noting that most of the scratches were small and would heal quickly without scarring. The 2 deeper gashes on her cheek might scar but would be faint if they did. The bite on her hand would definitely scar given his sharp canines. "Sorry," he muttered. "It's not your fault." I stormed in, yelling. "Any kid would have reacted badly," Nemuri sighed. "I just really didn't expect you to have disappeared because of a kid. We're still young." "It's temporary," Shouta dismissed, even if that was starting to feel like a lie. "When he's rehabilitated to a certain point, he'll be placed with a permanent family." Nemuri smiled knowingly. She didn't say anything else, so they waited in comfortable silence for Hizashi and Izuku to wake up. Thankfully, Hizashi woke up before Izuku too. Having both of the adults he was accustomed to awake and safe while meeting a stranger would help. Hizashi's reaction though. "Nem, what the hell were you thinking?" Hizashi whisper yelled at her once he realized what had happened. His body was tense as he held Izuku protectively. "You KO'd my baby." "Your baby?" Nemuri repeated incredulously. "Your baby was trying to skin my face." "Because you aggressively invaded his territory while yelling. If you had just waited before barging in, I would have warned you that there was a kid that you needed to be quiet for," Hizashi hissed, obviously frustrated with her. This honestly wasn't new for them, so Shouta didn't feel the need to get involved. They were more dramatic than hostile with each other. "Why is there a kid?" Nemuri demanded. "Why didn't you tell me you got a kid?" "Because you'd demand to meet him and he wasn't ready. And honestly, we just forgot. Things have been a little hectic because he needs special care," Hizashi explained. "We have him because Shouta found him in a vending machine." "Shouta already said that. What does that mean?" Nemuri seemed to be losing her patience. "Wouldn't you like to know?" Hizashi bit back, sticking his tongue out at her. It was then that Izuku awoke with a quiet "eh." He shifted in Hizashi's lap until he could see Shouta and blinked sleepily for a moment. Then he wriggled a little more until Nemuri was in his line of sight. Alertness returned to his eyes in an instant. Izuku just had the best sleep ever. He was pretty sure he hibernated a little bit. His dam and sire would be so proud of him if he could tell them. His yellow human was holding him, so he searched for his dark human. He found his dark human right next to him. But there was another smell in the room, so he wiggled around until he found it. A new human with dark hair that was different from the dark hair his dark human had. Did his pack ever have trouble thinking after hibernating? Because he was having a very hard time. Memories returned to him slowly and in pieces. Eventually, he remembered them invading his human's den while yelling at them. It made him angry. His humans were good to him and didn't deserve a stranger coming in and barking at them for no reason. They had been why he was able to hibernate. Clouds came off their skin and invaded his senses. Even now they gave off a muted version of the scent that the clouds had. After the clouds, there was nothing. He was just asleep. They could make people hibernate. Since they weren't yelling at his humans anymore, he could forgive them if they made him hibernate again someday. But they couldn't touch him. They were still a stranger. Strange humans were dangerous, even if they could make you hibernate. Thankfully, Izuku didn't seem to react too negatively to Nemuri's presence. He did snuggle further into Hizashi's hold, but he didn't attack again or flee. Instead, he just watched her from Hizashi's lap with an openly curious expression. Now would probably be the best time for an official and calmer introduction between the two. "Kid, this is our friend Kayama Nemuri," Shouta tried, even if Izuku wouldn't understand him. He also took Nemuri's hand in his to show that she was safe. "Nem, this is Izuku. As a warning, he doesn't talk yet and we aren't actually sure if he understands us at all." Nemuri just smiled and waved at the kid with her free hand. "Hi, Izuku. Sorry about earlier." Izuku slowly held up one of his hands in a failed imitation of her wave. It was cute. Shouta figured he should probably explain a bit more about the situation to Nemuri. So Izuku has a raccoon quirk, obviously, and due to traumatic circumstances, he wound up living on his own for nearly 3.5 years. His quirk and instincts helped him survive, but now he's feral. "Ah, poor baby," Nemuri cooed, looking over at Izuku with concern. Does he act much like a human at all, or is he completely lost in his raccoon instincts? There are some things he seems to remember from before his time alone, Hisashi answered. But language seems to be lost, and he does exhibit more animalistic behavior than most people with animal mutations do. Of course, they'll never completely go away since that's normal with these kinds of mutation quirks, but he has very little impulse control right now. We're working on it. That's part of his rehabilitation, Shouta added. I would love to help, Nemuri offered quickly. If you ever need someone to babysit so you can get a break, or if something comes up with work. Or if he doesn't like me, I could help with running errands while you stay home with him. He's practically my nephew, so I want to help. It's temporary, Shouta reminded her. We aren't his parents, just his guardians. Sure, Nemuri said flatly with a pointed look at Hisashi and the kid. As heroes, we're the best option to care for him given his circumstances, but once he's rehabilitated, CSS has every right to move him. He's technically in the foster system, Hisashi explained. Besides, we're way too young to be parents, Nem. If you say so, Nemuri dismissed. It was clear she didn't believe them in the slightest. Honestly, Shouta didn't fully believe his own words at this point. I should get started on dinner. Izuku squawked unhappily when his yellow human put him down. Sorry, Peanut. I can't hold you and cook. He watched helplessly as his yellow human walked away into the den where they keep their snacks. When they were far enough away, his gaze snapped to the new human and his dark human. He could go to his dark human, but the new one was so close to them. They were new and strange, and even if they could make him hibernate, they yelled at his humans earlier. And maybe he already decided to forgive them for the yelling, but that didn't mean he should let his guard down just yet. His humans may have turned out to be fine when they handled him unexpectedly, but he knows just how mean humans can be. Many left him alone, but others threw things at him or tried to pull on his ears or tail. Not every human could be trusted. Like the people that took his blood at the smelly, cold place. Sure, his humans seemed to trust them, so he put up with it. But what would they be doing with it? Was it for eating? Blood wasn't tasty enough on its own for him to ever lick it off his paws while hunting. It was better with the meat of the animals he hunts. They only took his blood. Ignoring that confusing thing for now, he focused on the new human again. Then he whined at his dark human, hoping that they'd see his predicament. That they'd come closer. Nemuri is safe. His dark human rumbled in response, but Izuku still wasn't able to figure out his human sounds. They were a lot harder than his pack sounds. Probably because they were so different from his sounds. But every human used them and it was starting to irritate him. He hissed to let his dark human know he wasn't pleased. That worked. His dark human got up from where he sat by the new human and took the yellow human's place by Izuku. He scrambled into his dark human's arms immediately. He got paws running through his fur in response. It's okay. Everything's fine. Geez, he really is a feral little baby. The new human's voice was very different from his human's voices. Much higher than even the yellow human's voice. More like a trill or a chirp. Like we said, we're working on it. It's only been 2 weeks and significant progress will probably take months. Oh, I'm sure. He's adorable though. Tell me more about my new nephew. Temporary Fnim. The new human made a snorting sound that caused his tail fur to bristle. What was that? It reminded him of one of the animals he and his pack always hid from. Anyway, he's very food motivated. We got him a tent to sleep in because he kept seeking out something like a den at night. Not a fan of socks. Loves baths most of the time. You said you found him in a vending machine? He was trying to get the snacks. I found him because he was screeching like he was dying. The kid was stuck in the door flap that you get the snacks from. Oh goodness. Yeah. He recently got a rematch and broke the vending machine at Tsukachi Station. He broke a vending machine? How? There's an enhanced strength aspect to his quirk, so he broke the glass window. DMN. There's a reason CSS agreed to pro heroes handling his rehabilitation. His strength, smarts, and impulsive nature make it difficult to deal with his escape attempts. He's a regular little Houdini then. Good luck with that. His dark human made a huffing sound like they were upset but didn't smell upset. They smelled calm and content. It seemed like they liked the new humans, so he looked back at them. They were just sitting there, not yelling. Their face was in the happy human expression. That was a good sign. Wiggling around in his dark human's lap, he faced the new human again. While his dark human and this new human kept rumbling and chirping about whatever, Izuku slowly climbed off his dark human's lap. Then he slid onto the ground when nothing bad happened. He noticed the new human watching him, but then they looked back at his dark human. But as long as they were ignoring him, he could safely investigate. He crept closer. The new human smelled of long purple flowers and the red flowers in the poky bushes. He tumbled into one of those once and it hurt. It was a weaker smell than when they had made the clouds, but it was still stronger than other smells. This human would not be hard to track. Rain might not even wash away the smell after one wash. They'd need a few. The new human looked down at him again. He froze and hissed. "Don't make eye contact." He was doing better when you weren't looking at him. Their attention suddenly returned to his dark human. He could hear his yellow human humming from here. That was one sound he seemed to share with the humans. It was just for fun or calming though. They couldn't actually communicate with that. A little longer passed without the new human looking at him again, so he decided it was safe to keep investigating. Soon he was close enough to touch them. If they tried to touch him, he would run away, but his dark humans still had their attention. Curling his paws over the side of their leg, he squeezed, letting his claws catch in the fabric of their human clothes. He waited to see if they would lash out or bite. "Shouta, what is he doing?" "I'm not sure." "You're not sure? Hasn't he been with you for 2 weeks?" "Yeah. But I tied him up in my capture scarf and held him immediately. And Hizashi gave him a bath while I distracted him with food. We went straight to carrying and cuddling from there. So you have no idea how he approaches and analyzes strangers on his own. Basically, that makes me the guinea pig. Nizu, help me." The new human stayed put, so he held up one paw to touch their hair. It was very long. He decided it was soft too. They still didn't react badly. His dark human was obviously happy that this new human was here. They trusted them. And he trusts his humans, so, in a burst of courage, he climbed up into the new human's lap. What do I do?" The absolute last thing he had expected was for Izuku to climb into his friend's lap. So he didn't really know how to answer the panicked, hissed question. "Wait and see. You are utterly useless," she huffed, watching Izuku warily. Izuku, for his part, seemed to be the only one of them that was completely calm. He would frequently look over toward Shouta, as if seeking reassurance, but otherwise seemed content to investigate the new person he sat on. His hand lifted to pet her hair, poke at her glasses, and fidget with the buttons on her sweater. Nemuri sat as still as she could and just let him. "Ah, he's making friends," Hizashi cooed, peeking out of the kitchen. "How long until I can move without getting bit?" Nemuri questioned, sounding half joking and half serious. "I'll bring you some apple slices." "He likes food," Hizashi told her. A few moments later, he was walking in with a bowl of some apple slices they had pre-cut in the fridge. They had been cutting and storing fruit since it made it easier to bribe the kid when he got into something he shouldn't. The kid, of course, zeroed in on the fruit the moment it was brought out. Hizashi handed it to Nemuri and Izuku let out a little huff, disappointed that they weren't being given to him. He never did outright steal food that another person was in possession of. The cupboards were fair game though. Shouta could hear the quiet, rapid sniffing that the presence of food usually caused. "I'm gonna move to give you some," Nemuri warned the kid nervously as Hizashi returned to the kitchen. Izuku's attention was glued to her hand as it dipped into the bowl to pick out an apple slice. He never stole, but he did flash puppy dog eyes until you felt guilty for not sharing. That's how he'd managed to get at least a bite out of him and Zashi at every meal. "It's the eyes, isn't it?" Shouta chuckled when Nemuri practically melted. "Just, why is he so cute if he's dangerous?" she whined, holding out an apple slice to the kid. Although he usually took things with his hands, for some reason he leaned forward and snatched it out of her grasp with his teeth. Nemuri pulled her hand back with a suppressed shriek, clearly trying not to scare the kid. "Ah, he nipped me." "He bit you?" Shouta asked, confused and appalled. Even the night he picked found the kid, He had never harmed him or Hisashi while taking food from them. Just a little nip, Nemuri assured him. More of a warning than anything. It startled me more than it hurt. She didn't seem concerned, but Shouta felt a little uneasy when he noticed the almost smug look on Izuku's face. The kid definitely caught her fingers on purpose. But whatever the reason, it was seemingly resolved since he took the next apple slice with his hands as usual. He wasn't really sure what that was. All he could do was continue to keep an eye on the pair. Interfere if Izuku actually lashed out, but let them bond on their own otherwise. The new human was sharing snacks with him. They didn't eat any yet, so maybe they were meant for him in the first place. He didn't really care either way. When they gave him the first piece, he made sure his teeth caught the long toes on their paws. Just because they were sharing snacks with him, didn't mean they earned his complete trust yet. Their little shriek and hesitation to give him another piece right away told him his point had been made. This new human wouldn't get too confident and start behaving however they wanted with him. He was the one in charge here. This was his and his humans' den. They had no right to come in here and do as they pleased. Humans, he noticed, tend to have trouble with that. When he was on his own, he saw it a lot. Humans getting into other humans' dens without an invite and damaging things. Even the ones who got an invite, entering alongside the den's sweller, sometimes got kicked out a short time later. Angry shouts followed them out the den's entrance. So by making sure this human remembered boundaries, he could protect their den. Eventually, the new human ran out of apples for him. He decided to play with their hair again. It was smooth like his yellow human's hair, yet thick like his dark human's hair. It wasn't quite as dark as his dark human's though. While his dark human's hair was dark like Izuku's paws, this human's hair was dark like the sky at night. He wondered if it would taste like stars. Izuku, no. He dropped the piece of hair he was bringing toward his mouth when he heard his dark human's usual sound of disapproval. Really, Sho? Little kids chew on hair. It won't bother me. I'd rather he not get in the habit. Human hair was odd. It came in so many shapes and lengths and colors. His pack pretty much all had the same hair. His own hair was different, but he was just odd. Odd ones happened every once in a while. Like the one that was colored more like willow bark. Odd ones were never cast out of his pack, so both he and the pale one got to stay despite their unusual colors. But with humans, that was normal. Everyone was colored oddly. Distracted, he fidgeted with the shiny pebbles on their human clothes. They clicked when he tapped his claws on them, and he liked that sound. He didn't really expect one to come off. This was his pebble now. He wouldn't give it back. Oh, my button. He took a button off? Yeah. It's fine. It can be sewn back on. Yeah, but he might. Izuku know. His dark human lunged at him when he put the pebble in his mouth for safekeeping. So he did the only reasonable thing. He leapt from the new human's lap and bolted. First, he ran for his den, but his dark human was fast. With his path to that room blocked, he veered into their den and dove under their nest. His dark human was much bigger than him. They really shouldn't be able to fit under here like he could. Listen, kid. I just need you to give me the button. Izuku huffed in triumph when his guess was proven correct. His dark human didn't fit. Instead, they were holding a paw out toward Izuku as far as they could. Their long toes curled, trying to coax him out. He wouldn't fall for it. Ooh, his eyes glow. The new human's face appeared next to his dark human. He has that film that cats have to see better in the dark. Should I go get more apples from Hisashi? No. We need the big guns for this. Ask for chips. Alrighty then. I'll be right back. He watched as the new human disappeared from sight. Then he put his new pebble down. He might as well get cozy. But don't eat the button. His plan to camp out was ruined when the new human returned with his favorite crunchy snack. The shiny bag crinkled when they opened it. How unfair. He tried to reach for it without leaving. Nope. You want it, you have to come here. His dark human took the snack from the new human and held it farther away. Double unfair. Grabbing his pebble, he scooted a little closer. He really wanted the crunchy snack. It snapped nicely in his mouth but softened enough to swallow safely as he chewed. Much better than the bones he'd choke on if he wasn't careful. Bones were a hazard. This snack was not. desire for the snack won, and he crawled out from under his human's nest. His dark human pulled him into their lap, handing over the bag of snacks while trying to pull the pebble from his paw. He hissed. That was his. His dark human held the snacks away again. He pouted. This wouldn't be the first time his dark human had tried to trade. He took a moment to consider the value of the shiny pebble versus a whole bag of crunchy snacks. It was a difficult decision, but he went through with his dark human's trade. Sorry, Shouta apologized, holding out the button. Here you go. That's not the first time a feral critter has stolen something off of me, Nemuri shrugged. Honestly, it's happened to Shouta before too. But Izuku wasn't really an animal. He was a little boy. Instincts or not, he couldn't steal things from people or eat inedible objects. Still, it's another thing for us to work on with him, Shouta sighed. I'm sure it'll work out fine, Nemuri smiled. He clearly adores you both. Shouta smiled fondly at the kid in his lap. Yeah, I guess so. Nemuri went home after dinner. During dinner, Izuku shamelessly targeted her with his puppy dog eyes and managed to guilt her out of several pieces of pork. Thankfully, she didn't mind even if it was something they'd have to work on with him. He could always have seconds if he wanted. There was no logical reason to beg for food off other people's plates. Even if it was ridiculously cute. After she left, Hizashi found an educational show with anthropomorphized animals for young kids on the TV. Izuku didn't take long to approach the screen and attempt to touch a rabbit character. He huffed when he realized he couldn't but kept watching. Let's check out some of those websites the speech therapist recommended, Hizashi suggested, sitting down with his laptop. He looked at Izuku while it turned on. Should he be that close to the screen? Probably not, Shouta shrugged. It'd probably be fine for now though. We can try explaining another day. Maybe once we get the picture mat thing. Together, they pored over the websites while keeping an eye on Izuku. The animal kids on screen were baking a pie, and the episode was devoted to teaching kids the names of different fruits. Maybe Izuku would pick something up from these kinds of shows. Once they had gone over all the options, they decided on a more kid-sized binder with plastic tabbed boards. Each board had strips of Velcro on it that cards of pictures could attach to. It made the whole thing more customizable. Along with the book, they also found a key ring of cards that they could attach to his backpack or clothes so that he could still communicate even if he didn't have the book on him for some reason. They made sure that the images were real photos rather than drawings. Several had arrows edited in to show movements. They were hoping that Izuku would either grasp the concept of the arrows on his own or that it wouldn't be hard to teach him. Custom cards could be ordered later if they found the need for any. Some of the cards had sign language conveyed on them, like, thank you, since it was difficult to communicate with just a static pose. Hizashi suggested using those particular signs whenever they spoke those words to him so that he would understand the cards better. It made sense. I think that should be good, Hizashi said, looking to Shouta for confirmation. Once he agreed, Hizashi began submitting their order. I think it's time for someone to go to bed, Shouta pointed out, watching Izuku valiantly try to stay awake while swaying. On his feet. Yes. I'll finish this. You go ahead and put the baby to bed, Hizashi chuckled. Shouta got up and collected the grumbly kid off the floor. Izuku tried to protest but wound up nearly falling asleep on the short trip to his room. He had to be coaxed into his pajamas, dozing off repeatedly during the process. Just this once, he could probably skip brushing the kid's teeth. To be fair, the kid had a long day. 3 doctor's appointments and then Nemuri dropping by? It was a lot for a little kid, let alone for one that probably didn't understand what a doctor was. Finally, he got Izuku into his little tent. He smiled softly when the kid immediately curled into a ball, hugging his tail to his chest. Pulling some of the many blankets over him, Shouta had to acknowledge the fact that he was attached. There was no denying it now. Then he entertained a small, passing thought. What if we kept him? The communication tools. Of course, they'll use cards with pictures more relevant to Izuku. Pages can be added as his vocabulary grows too. The communication tools came a couple of days later thanks to express shipping. Izuku caught on fast. While his actual use of the language was lacking, he had figured out his own alternative methods within a day. Combining the cards into more complex thoughts could come later. For now, chucking a card with a hairbrush on it at Hizashi was enough to say he wanted brushies. Besides, it was better that he throw a little paper card than an actual hairbrush. Hizashi didn't even care. He was thrilled that Izuku was starting to communicate. At the same time, they had both taken the speech therapist's advice and started trying to learn Izuku's usual communication methods. A lot of nonverbal things were easier to pick up on than deciphering growls and whines. But they were trying their best. Some growls were happy growls, even if they sounded aggressive. Chirps could mean fear or excitement. To even begin to guess what his animalistic sounds meant, they needed to rely heavily on situational context, his facial expressions, and his body language. They got things wrong still. It would probably be a while before they were fluent in Izuku. But again, they were trying their best. They were also hopeful that interacting with someone his age would help him with communicating. That's why they invited the Bakugas over today. Shouta really didn't know what to expect. Bakugo Mitsuki had described a little hellion of a son. Izuku was also pretty chaotic, though. He would just need to wait and see what this kid was like for himself. Hold on to him so that there isn't a repeat of Nemuri's visit, Hizashi instructed, handing over the kid he'd been carrying once there was a knock at their door. The kid hissed at the door but clung tightly to Shouta. Izuku's little claws managed to poke through his sweater. Fear then. It made sense that the kid would be skittish around people or even territorial. Maybe they should have met up at a more neutral location. Well, it was too late now. A furious little dandelion of a child was stomping into the living room, with Hizashi and Mitsuki following close behind. "Where's Zuchan?" the dandelion demanded. Bright red eyes locked on Shouta and Izuku half a second later. Shouta was entirely prepared to fight this literal child off with the intensity of the glare he received, but Izuku wriggled out of his hold with desperate little chirps and growls. He was on the Bakugo child seconds later, knocking him to the floor in the process. The other kid didn't seem bothered, just wrapping his arms around his attacker and laughing. "Zuchan, I knew you were okay," the smaller Bakugo exclaimed. "We promised to be heroes together and you don't break promises." That was a little heart-wrenching, honestly. If Izuku hadn't survived. Izuku gave off a sound that could only be described as a cross between a growl and a purr. The Bakugo kid valiantly tried to sit up despite the lapful of green fluff trying to tuck himself under the blonde's chin. I know. I missed you too," the kid laughed. "I guess that hasn't changed," Mitsuki chuckled. They were so attached to each other before. "I don't think we've seen Izuku get this worked up about anything other than food," Hizashi commented, smiling in amusement at the kids tumbling around on the floor. "He and Katsuki used to be attached at the hip," Mitsuki explained. "Inko and I actually struggled to get them to separate to go home. There ended up being a lot of sleepovers." "I'm surprised he didn't react more to you at the station," Shouta admitted. "Katsuki-kun is the spitting image of you." Mitsuki just shrugged. "He reacts more to sense than appearances. My husband has a brother that looks nearly identical to him. When he came to one of our fashion shows, Katsuki mistook him for his father while Izuku hissed at him. I bet even shape-shifting quirks wouldn't faze him." That was interesting. It would explain why Izuku kept stealing their clothes. "You're so small," Katsuki complained, squishing Izuku's cheeks. Izuku let out a confused "eh" before attempting to nibble on one of the little hands resting on his face. The blonde avoided the bite easily and pushed Izuku out of his lap. Shouta watched in fascination as Katsuki imitated the crouch he'd seen Izuku use many times before. His feral little kid promptly lit up and repeated the motion. Then they were lunging at each other. "Wait, why are they fighting?" Hizashi asked in a panic as the two boys began wrestling a bit viciously. Shouta was pretty sure they were playing, but even play fighting with him, Izuku was pretty strong. Would he know to hold back with Katsuki? "They're just playing," Mitsuki dismissed, even as Izuku bit Katsuki's shoulder. "Izuku, no biting," Hizashi scolded. "Wait for it," Mitsuki muttered. A moment later, Katsuki bit Izuku's ear. Neither kid seemed harmed. "See? Katsuki can handle himself," Mitsuki grinned. "That's not Neither of them should be biting, Hizashi argued, looking to Shouta for backup. I mean, if they aren't biting hard enough to hurt each other, it's probably fine, Shouta shrugged. Kittens play fight with their claws and teeth. They learn restraint by doing that. His fiancée gaped at him, looking betrayed. But he was going to be in trouble later, huh? While the adults were distracted, talking amongst themselves, the boys' wrestling turned into a game of chase. As they sprinted toward Izuku's room, Shouta realized their apartment was probably too small for that particular game. But it wasn't safe to take Izuku outside yet. He had been happily clinging to his yellow human as they wandered around the den, moving things around. It reminded him of nesting, except this place was bigger than his old family's den and the humans had many more things than just moss and leaves. It came to an abrupt end when someone banged on the door. His yellow human gave him to his dark human. His yellow human headed for the door. Izuku hissed, remembering that sound from the new human that smelled of flowers. Except this time, he couldn't smell any flowers. The smell was fainter and mixed. Multiple humans. Invaders. A soft click told him that his yellow human had opened the door. He tensed when stomping followed, coming directly toward him and his dark human. Where's Zuchan? When a human pup appeared, looking angry and ready to fight, Izuku sought out their scent. Now that they were closer and not behind the door, he could smell familiar burning sugar. Vague feelings of happiness, comfort, and safety flooded his senses. He knew this human. This was his littermate Kaken. He scrambled to fight his way out of his dark human's hold, calling for Kaken and chirping in excitement. How had he forgotten about Kaken? Human pups lived in human cities. If he hadn't forgotten, he could have tracked Kaken down and been with him this whole time. Once he was free, he launched himself at the human pup, accidentally knocking him down. Human pups weren't as sturdy as the grown ones. At least his littermate didn't seem hurt. Kaken just wrapped his arms around him, squeezing and laughing at the same time. Zuchan, I knew you were okay. Kaken chirped in human noises. We promised to be heroes together and you don't break promises. Grumbling about the human noises he still couldn't understand, he tucked his head under Kaken's face to scent him. It was as much a greeting as it was an apology for knocking him down just now. Kaken made happy human noises. I know. I missed you too. He ignored his humans and the new human that had appeared as they rumbled and chattered behind him. That new human was probably safe since he remembered seeing them at that place with the giant cat. Instead, he focused on making sure his scent was all over his littermate. This way they could never be separated again. He was Izuku's. His scenting was interrupted when Kaken grabbed his face between his paws. You're so small. Kaken looked mildly upset and confused about something. Izuku replied with a questioning sound, unsure why Kaken was suddenly upset. He attempted to nibble on one of his littermate's paws to get him to let go. He did, but then he suddenly pushed Izuku off him and onto the ground. Confused, he watched his littermate closely to see what he'd do next. A play bow. Kaken wasn't upset, he just wanted to play. Returning the bow, he accepted the invitation to play. Then he launched his first attack. Kaken caught him and they started tumbling across the floor. He heard his yellow human react with unhappy sounds. If he wanted to play too, he'd have to wait. It was Kaken's turn. Minding his strength like he would with younger pups, Izuku climbed on Kaken's back. Once he was within reach, he bit his shoulder. Not too hard, obviously. They were just playing. It would be rude to bite for real during play. Somewhere, his yellow human squawked in anger. Izuku almost looked up to see why, but in the next moment, he was flipped onto the ground and Kaken bit his ear. Oh, it was on. Kaken was a lot better at this than he remembered him being. He didn't need to hold back so much. Using his hind paws, he batted his littermate's belly to get away. Then he decided to take Kaken on a chase. If he could get somewhere high or hidden, he could trap him. Kaken raced after him as he bounded down the path that led to his own room. He was excited to see just how much his littermate had grown. Oh no! Wait! Hizashi exclaimed as the boys sped out of sight. His increasing panic was obvious. They'll be fine. They wouldn't actually hurt each other, Mitsuki tried to assure him. That's not what I'm worried about, Hizashi said, casting a sharp glare at her. This place isn't big enough for running around like that. They could run into a wall or break something. Maybe they won't hurt each other, but they could still get hurt. I suppose you have a point, Mitsuki agreed seconds before a crash came from Izuku's room. See! Hizashi shrieked, heading for Izuku's room at a frantic pace. Shouta and Mitsuki tried to follow, but they didn't get very far before the boys came tearing out of the room, Katsuki covered in some sort of blanket. It fell off as they ran, narrowly avoiding the adults in the hallway. Shouta instinctively reached up for his capture weapon, lamenting the fact that Hizashi made him put it away before the Bakugas came over. Who knew what kind of damage could happen before he'd be able to go retrieve it and come back? He should have kept it on. The brat. That's enough. You're gonna break something, Mitsuki shouted. Her call was ignored and followed by the sound of Izuku's claws clacking on the kitchen floor. Boys, please. Hizashi pleaded, already racing toward the sound. Shouta got there just in time to see Izuku leap onto a counter and hear Katsuki slide into it. The resounding bang that made was incredible. Izuku even paused, peeking over the counter to check on his friend. Hizashi got there first, kneeling by Katsuki and trying to run through basic head injury checks with him. Izuku cautiously made his way down from the counter, sniffing his friend as he approached. After a few more sniffs, he liked Katsuki's forehead right over the bright red spot where he smacked into the counter. It was a sweet moment between friends. It was immediately ruined when Katsuki, apparently recovered, tried to grab Izuku. Izuku backed up, hissing, before turning and sprinting away. Katsuki scrambled to his feet to chase after him as Hizashi tried and failed to catch Katsuki. He stayed kneeling on the kitchen floor for a bit longer, looking exhausted. Damn it. Where do they get this energy? I've been asking myself that for years, Mitsuki commiserated. I still don't know. Just as Shouta decided it might be time to go retrieve his capture weapon, they all stilled at the sound of something shattering. They exchanged glances before hurrying toward the sound. The boys were wrestling on the ground again. It seemed Izuku had caught Katsuki rather than the other way around. Dirt, leaves, and shattered pot pieces were strewn about a few feet away. Katsuki struggled and cursed under Izuku, while the raccoon child kept him pinned. Izuku, deciding to chomp down on Katsuki's arm to stop the wriggling, snapped them all out of it. Hizashi picked up Izuku, though he seemed to struggle to keep a hold of the kid. Shouta picked up Katsuki. The two kids fought against their captors, trying to get at each other. Izuku, calm down please. Hizashi begged as Izuku tried to lunge at Katsuki. Well, this got out of hand, Mitsuki sighed. I'm used to them playing roughly and all, but Izuku used to be a lot timider back then. He was the one who kept Katsuki in check. Izuku doesn't have the restraint that he used to, Shouta pointed out. He lived on his own, without rules for 3 years. He didn't need to worry about breaking things or being polite. Zuchan's plenty polite, old man, Katsuki shouted, finally having given up on getting free. He did the bow and checked on me when I got hurt, and he didn't bite or scratch too hard. You two killed Zashi's little tree, Shouta deadpanned. Little brat. He was not old. At that, Katsuki winced and turned to look at the scattered remains of the plant. Izuku stopped squirming to follow his gaze. It's a stupid-looking tree, Katsuki muttered bitterly. Watch your mouth, brat, Mitsuki snapped. You need to apologize when you break things in other people's homes, not insult the thing you broke. Tisk. Shouta raised an eyebrow at the sheer amount of derision the child managed to convey with one sound. How did such a young kid already have a teenage attitude? It's fine. It's not the first plant to die this month at the hands of Izuku, and I'm sure it won't be the last, Hizashi sighed, looking mournfully at the plant lying uprooted on the ground. They settled the kids on the couch with Shouta sitting between them to prevent any more fighting while Mitsuki and Hizashi cleaned up the plant. Privately, Shouta thought that they should wait until Izuku can safely be outside before they let the boys play again. Maybe Tensei could bring little Tenya over? The straight-laced child would be a much calmer influence. Eventually, the Bakugas had to go home. Katsuki and Izuku had managed to avoid destruction for the rest of their playdate. When they started drifting off on the couch, leaning heavily against each other, The adults decided the playdate should end. Unfortunately, once Izuku realized Katsuki was leaving, he was sad. Desperate screeches poured from him as he clung to his friend in the Jengen. "I'll come back, Izuchon. I promise." Katsuki insisted, patting the smaller boy's back. "Oh, poor baby," Hisashi sighed, watching the exchange. "What do we do?" "Inko and I usually just tore them apart and dealt with the fallout," Mitsuki told him. "That's harsh," Hisashi chided. Mitsuki just shrugged. "You adults are stupid," Katsuki grumbled before pushing Izuku off. Izuku's protests died in his throat as the blonde wriggled out of his shirt. The orange fabric was then offered to the smaller boy. "This helps, right? I'll come back for it so you don't have to worry." Izuku accepted the shirt hesitantly and held it up to his face. After a few sniffs, his ears perked up and he stepped back, seeming calmer. Hisashi made a mental note of that trick. "Could you have done that the whole time, brat?" Mitsuki hissed, looking annoyed. "For him, probably. But I can't be bribed with smells and I didn't want to go back then either," Katsuki said with an eye roll before puffing out his now bare chest. "I'm nearly 7 now, so I'm too big to be clingy like that. I know we will see each other again." "He's nearly 7 too," Shouta pointed out dryly. "Yeah, but he's still tiny. So it doesn't count," Katsuki replied as if it were obvious. It kind of was, but the issue was more Izuku's mental and social stagnation than his physical size. Still, there wasn't any reason to argue that point with a child. "Either way, thank you for the idea," Hisashi smiled, moving the conversation along. "He's been stealing our clothes, but I had thought it was just so that he could amass soft things." Katsuki scoffed and looked over at Shouta. "You're not that dumb, right?" Shouta frowned at the blatant insult to Hisashi. "That's not a poor guess if someone is unfamiliar with animal behavior," he defended before answering for himself. "That said, I figured it was a combination of nesting behavior, since he found pleasant, and textures that appealed to him. It did not occur to me that he was after our personal sense. He hasn't known us that long." "You're basically his new parents even if it hasn't been long," Katsuki pointed out. "You saved him. This whole apartment he's made his den in smells like you guys. So obviously he connects your sense to safety no matter how short you think his time here has been." "He's right," Mitsuki agreed. "Little kids, or older ones in Izuku's position, can imprint pretty quickly on their caretakers, animal instincts or not. We adults have friends, family, coworkers, acquaintances, and more. We go to jobs, home, the grocery store, and wherever. Small kids don't have such a big world. Time doesn't seem so fast to them. What seems like a short time for you has most likely been a long string of big events and changes to him." "I wouldn't have thought of it like that," Hisashi murmured, realizing that he would need to learn to adjust how he views things. It would be hard to communicate if he can't see things from Izuku's point of view. "Although, you'd think I should having been a kid once." "Nah," Mitsuki dismissed with a laugh. "Adults don't usually think like kids. We're conditioned out of it or something. You have to relearn it when parenting." "You boys are what, 20? 21, Shouta answered. "I'm nearly 30, with 7 years of experience raising my brat, and I still learn new shit almost every day. There is nothing wrong with not knowing how to handle kids sometimes. Few parents start off knowing what to do with their first kid. As a parent, you will F up. As long as you put in the effort to learn from your mistakes and keep your kid alive, you'll be good parents." Mitsuki's pep talk had been oddly encouraging. Once she and her son finally took their leave, Hisashi turned his attention to Izuku. The baby had decided to curl up on the couch with the shirt Katsuki left him, snuggling it like he usually would his tail. The sight was rather adorable. "Parents, Hisashi," Shouta said softly as he hugged him from behind. Hisashi moved his hands to rest them on Shouda's where they were clasped over his abdomen. "We're basically parents." "In a way, I suppose," Hisashi sighed, leaning into the weight on his back. "But legally, we're just guardians during his rehabilitation. He'll have to leave eventually." "Would it be so bad if they actually became his parents, though? If they stayed with him beyond his rehabilitation? Would he really?" Shouta questioned, nearly whispering now. sounding almost as if he was scared to voice the question and even more afraid of the answer. We have room. Oh, how he was tempted, but we're just starting out as solo heroes, Hisashi reminded him. What we thought was demanding work as sidekicks has only increased as newbie heroes. Then there's my radio show. I'm in a contract with that production studio and I don't think we can afford to get out of it right now. You don't need to break the contract or give up your radio show. I'll watch him when you're doing that. If I'm on patrol, Nemuri or Tensei can babysit. The Bakugas can take him for a sleepover if we need. And let's not forget your mothers. I'm sure they'd love to hang out with any grandkids we manage to obtain, even if we get them out of a vending machine. Hisashi chuckled at the thought of explaining where Izuku was found to his mom's. Then his smile fell. That's all true, but he's only been here for a little over 3 weeks now. Isn't it too soon to be considering him as a permanent part of our family? What did you do on my first day as a transfer into the hero course? That I told you we were going to be great friends? Hisashi answered, confused by the abrupt change in topic. And I replied saying that you didn't know anything about me, so how could you make such an illogical declaration? Shouta recounted. What did you say? That I just knew, Hisashi blushed. He understood what Shouta was getting at now. I don't know about you, but I think I started getting attached within the first few days that he was here, Shouta admitted. It's not a long time, sure, but like you once said, I just knew. Now if you aren't on the same page for adopting him, that's Finn. No, I am, Hisashi exclaimed, turning in his fiancée's grasp. I'm just terrified of messing up. I don't want to be those parents that are never home. And if one or both of us dies. Shouta nodded understandingly. I get that. But plenty of heroes manage to be parents. We're all at an equal risk of injury or death in this field. We shouldn't put our lives on pause just because there's a chance of something happening. For all we know, we'll make it to retirement and die naturally from old age. How will we feel then, knowing what we missed out on? I'm still scared. I don't want to be a bad parent, Then think about it. Izuku's rehabilitation will take several months at the very least. There's time to see how he fits into our lives as a foster and think about if he's a good fit for our family. Hisashi glanced back over his shoulder at the sleeping kid. I'll think about it. Thank you. Shouta smiled before pressing a kiss to his cheek. Thanks for the assist, Ingenium, an officer said as he guided the handcuffed criminal into a police cruiser. No problem, the hero replied, turning to continue on with his patrol. Barely a block away, buzzing inside his armor made him stop. He removed his phone from a compartment and checked the message notification. Coffee dealer, can I ask a favor? Need for speed. Are we going to need a shovel? Laughing face. Coffee dealer, for the last time, I will never ask you to help me hide a body. Need for speed, sad face. But I thought we were close. Coffee dealer, I'm not gonna kill anyone. Coffee dealer, and we are, which is why I'm asking a favor. Need for speed, if you say so, winky face. I'd stay quiet though. And I have a shovel. Coffee dealer, I'll find someone else. Need for speed, oh, please. What's the favor? I'm sorry. Coffee dealer, is Tenya free this weekend? If so, can you arrange for him to come over? Need for speed, I can ask and let you know. Coffee dealer, thanks. You can come to Iguzi, Fiagu. Need for speed, You good? Coffee dealer, sorry, that was the kid I wanted Tenya to meet. Coffee dealer, climbed in my lap and put his paws on the touchscreen. Need for speed, I'll ask Tenya when I get off patrol and let you know what he says. Coffee dealer, thanks. The little guy needs some friends. Tensei put his phone away while smiling to himself, a little bemused. That was a slightly odd way to refer to a cat. Then again, Shouta was usually odd when it came to cats. Tenya liked Chibi well enough and has done a good job cat-sitting her before. He's sure his little brother would be happy to meet another cat. Maybe they were even a kitten? Who knows? He'd find out come the weekend. Do you think they'll like them? He asked, shifting the gift box he held in his arms. Cats can be picky, but you picked out a good variety. I'm sure they'll like something, his brother assured him as they came to a stop in front of his uncle's door. Tenya wasn't actually very good with animals. Sure, he could care for them well enough, but they didn't like him. His uncle's cat, Chibi, would slip out from under his hand if he tried to pet her. She never curled up next to him or on him like she did with others. It was probably the smell of his engines or his occasional difficulty in managing his volume. Logically, he knew he shouldn't take it personally. He could still admire animals from afar. Seeing them happy with the treats or toys he gave them was enough. It was just a little disappointing that he seemed to repel them despite his affection for them. A new cat meant a new chance. Maybe this one would like him. His older brother knocked on the door. Seconds later, Uncle Hizashi answered, slipping out into the hallway with them. Shouta told you about the little one, right? That they exist and that he wanted a playdate, Tensei replied with a shrug. Leaving out important info again, Uncle Hizashi sighed. He's skittish, a little volatile. His past has been rough and he's very territorial, so try to avoid quick movements or loud sounds. I will try to mind my volume, Tenya promised, wincing when he realized he was too loud again. Softening his voice, he tried again. I do not wish to scare him. Once he warms up to you, it should be fine. He tolerates me after all, Uncle Hizashi laughed. With that out of the way, Uncle Hizashi let them into the apartment. He seemed to be holding his breath as he led them out of the Genkan. Was the cat really this skittish? What exactly was Uncle Hizashi so worried about? Would the cat scratch if he got scared or would he run? He got his answer sooner than expected. A quiet, almost sharp-sounding growl rang out when they first stepped into the main living area. There to the side of the couch, Uncle Shouta was holding. It wasn't a cat. Tensei gasped in surprise. Shouta? What? This is Izuku, Uncle Shouta introduced, seemingly oblivious to their shock. That is a human child. Tensei spluttered, still minding his volume. Yes. Uncle Shouta replied, looking confused. I thought you were talking about a cat. Tensei hissed. The kid in Uncle Shouta's arms growled again. Tenya noted the ears and the markings on his face. A raccoon quirk? Honey, Uncle Hizashi sighed. You did remember to mention that Izuku was human, right? He said, Kit, and mentioned pause in his texts. Tensei told Uncle Hizashi. You didn't tell us that he was human either, Uncle, Tenya pointed out. You could have at the door. This tendency for miscommunication is clearly a trait the two of you share. For a moment, he felt guilty as Uncle Hizashi gaped at him. But then Uncle Hizashi's expression turned into amusement and he chuckled. I suppose you're right, kiddo. Tenya nodded and then looked down at the box in his hands. They wouldn't need the cat toys now. He would have to buy a proper gift for the other kid later. For now, he backtracked to the Genkan to set the box of toys down by his shoes. He came back quickly to meet the kid. So as I said, this is Izuku, Uncle Shouta tried again, still holding the kid. Izuku's hands had claws that dug into Uncle Shouta's shirt which he held tight. He's feral. As in a chaotic child or? Tensei prompted. He is a chaotic child, Uncle Shouta agreed. But he's also literally feral. Due to an accident, he wound up living alone in the wild for a little over 3 years. He's Tenya's age, but as you can see, he's much smaller than he should be. Language is also something he struggles with. We've started using picture cards to communicate with him. Why is he with you? Tensei asked. I found him in a vending machine and took him to the hospital, Uncle Shouta answered. I made an agreement with Tsukachi to take the kid in and rehabilitate him. With his quirk and mental state, standard fosters wouldn't have been able to take care of him. Tensei nodded. And you wanted Tenya here because? We're hoping that being around kids his age will help him somehow, Uncle Hizashi chimed in. We already got in contact with a family he knew prior to the accident. He had a playdate with their son recently and it went really well. Tenya eyed the kid in Uncle Shouta's arms again warily. Feral usually referred to a domestic animal that had become wild, typically out of necessity for survival. Feral animals could be dangerous since they are fearful and quick to lash out. Would this Izuku hurt him? Determination filled him as he thought it over. If Izuku was feral, it was a sign that he was scared and hurting. Tenya wanted to be a hero someday. Heroes helped people who were hurting even if they might get hurt in the process. So he should definitely try his best to help Izuku. If the kid lashed out at him, it'd be because he's scared and doesn't trust him. Not because he's mean. The most obvious solution to not get hurt is to gain Izuku's trust. He should start with a greeting. Hello, Izuku-kun. I am Ida Tenya and I look forward to spending time with you today. As he bowed, he received a louder growl in response. Was that good or bad? His yellow human was nesting again. Izuku watched as the man fluttered back and forth across the apartment, tucking things away. He pouted when the chunks of wood he had carefully placed on the floor got scooped up into a basket. He'd put them back later. Izuku. Oh, that was his name's sound. Some of the human sounds had started to become clearer as he noticed them being repeated. Most still seemed muffled, and while he vaguely understood what some meant, only a few were clear enough that he could use them. Not that he felt confident enough to try and make these human sounds himself yet. His dark human waved a paw in his face. Izuku, please. Friends are coming over today. You need to be good, okay? No biting. No scratching. Can you do that? Good was used whenever he did something right. Izuku preened, although he wasn't sure what he had done this time. He'd just been sitting here, watching his yellow human. A sound at the door indicated someone was at their den. He hoped it was Kaken, but the smell of the monsters that rumbled by outside told him it probably wasn't. His dark human sighed and picked him up. He clung to his dark human as more new humans came into their den. The smell of the monsters and metal and oranges filled the air. He growled at the invaders. His humans just talked to them calmly. While they did that, using his name sound every so often, Izuku inspected the strangers. They looked alike. They smelled alike. That made them kin. The larger ones seemed bigger and stockier than his own humans. They would be hard to fight if it came to that. There were shiny metal things where their arms bent. While he found it a bit weird, he had seen other humans with strange additions to their bodies before. He wasn't really sure what to make of it. Other than the metal on their arms, the human's face looked kind. Then there was the little one. He had the same glass clothes on his face that his yellow human wore sometimes. Except they were clear and didn't change their eyes. They were also stockier than most human pups. But being a pup, they weren't as muscular as a full-grown adult. Izuku was pretty sure he could take them in a fight. Which might happen since they wouldn't stop staring. Underneath the smell of monsters, the tangy scent of oranges stood out to him. He wondered if they had the fruit with them or if it was a natural scent meant to lure prey. Plenty of animals, plants, and bugs could give off a pleasant scent while actually being poisonous. It was clever. The pup stood with a tenseness that put Izuku on edge. Was it fear or were they coiling up to attack? Their eyes occasionally flickered to their kin or Izuku's humans before landing back on Izuku. A determined glint sparked in the pup's eyes. Izuku tensed, preparing for an attack. Raising an arm in a stiff, aggressive motion, the pup barked with an echoing boom. Hello, Izuku-kun. I am Ida Tenya and I look forward to spending time with you today. When the pup bent themselves over, possibly preparing to pounce, Izuku let out a real growl. Hizashi, get some fruit, please, Uncle Shouta requested as he tightened his grip on the raccoon child in his arms. Tenya stood up from his bow realizing that he had just messed up. Quick movements, Tensei reminded him gently while Hizashi went to the kitchen. Oh, frowning, Tenya glanced at Izuku who looked pretty angry now. The boy's ears were pressed back so far that they disappeared into his hair. His clawed hands had shifted from holding onto Uncle Shouta's shirt to squeezing his arm. Didn't that hurt? It did, apparently, since Uncle Shouta winced slightly. Still, he didn't say anything about it or scold the boy. He quietly spoke to him instead, offering reassurances. It's okay, and you're safe, made guilt seep deeper into his heart. Tenya hadn't meant to scare the boy. That was the exact opposite of what he was trying to do. Why did he always mess things up? Uncle Hizashi returned with a container of cut-up strawberries which he immediately handed to Tenya. Confused, he blinked at the fruit. Isn't this for Izuku? It is. But if you give it to him, that should help him warm up to you, Uncle Hizashi explained with a smile. He's very food-motivated. It worked for Nemuri. So Auntie Namuri had already met Izuku. He wondered how that went. If she also had to bribe the boy with fruit, then this response wasn't just because of him. It was how Izuku reacted to everyone that made him feel the slightest bit better about this turn of events. Go on, Uncle Hisashi encouraged. Izuku had quieted down in Uncle Shouta's arms, eyeing the strawberries with narrowed eyes. His hands had relaxed, his claws no longer digging into Uncle Shouta's arms. Although he still seemed wary, his attention was set on the strawberries. Slowly, Tenya approached Uncle Shouta and Izuku, picking up a strawberry piece to hand to the boy. Izuku's nose scrunched up at his approach, lips lifting in a silent snarl. But he remained still, waiting and analyzing the situation. Whether he could communicate well or not, his intelligence was clear in his eyes. Tenya felt like he was being picked apart. Izuku was the predator here. Here you go, Izuku, Tenya said as softly as he could, holding the strawberry piece out. He had expected the boy to grab it with his hands, but after a couple of sniffs, Izuku lunged forward, snatching it out of his hand with his teeth. They were sharp, nicking his thumb in the process. Watching a bead of blood well up on his thumb, he was surprised by how little it hurt. A smug look flashed across Izuku's face in the seconds it took for Uncle Shouta to pull him away and scold him. Now, as Uncle Shouta repeated, and bad, to the boy, Izuku looked irritated to be in trouble. He had bitten Tenya on purpose for some reason. It didn't hurt, Tenya spoke up, worried for the boy. He still can't bite people, Uncle Shouta replied, still frowning at Izuku disapprovingly. But if he's feral, he's just communicating how any animal would, right? He still can't bite people, Uncle Shouta repeated. He turned to face Tenya, and Izuku seemed relieved that the attention was off of him now. Part of rehabilitating him is teaching him how to interact with others. While he and anyone with animal quirks will have instinctual behavior that others consider inhuman, there is still a line for unacceptable behavior. I scared him though, Tenya pointed out. That's self-defense. Uncle Shouta sighed. If you had actually attacked him, then yes, biting would be considered a valid form of self-defense. But just like you can't kick someone at the store if they make you nervous, he can't bite or scratch. His bite just then was definitely not self-defense. It was a warning or a threat. He did the same to Namuri, except he didn't break skin then. Tenya thought about the smug look Izuku had a moment ago. So he was pleased with himself because the bite warned Tenya that he would hurt him if he hurt Izuku? That he was capable of defending himself if need be? Somehow that seemed reasonable to him. Undeterred, he stepped forward again to hand Izuku another strawberry piece. This time, Izuku did take it with his hands, his claws snagging the fruit before he pulled it to his mouth. The raccoon boy chirped happily as he chewed on the fruit. After he swallowed, he held out his hands for another piece, curling his fingers in a grabbing motion. Smiling, Tenya handed him another piece. That had gone surprisingly well. No. You can't bite people. That's bad. Do you understand, Izuku? Biting is bad. Bad? No, he was not. All he did was warn that human pup that just because he was accepting the fruit, it didn't mean that he trusted them. His dark human just doesn't understand how important it is to establish that you're in charge. His humans never bothered to do that with him. But he had manners, and so he respected their ownership of the den. The pup didn't seem bothered. They exchanged some sounds with his dark human for a bit before giving Izuku more fruit. He didn't bite them again since he was sure they got his message. Eventually, his dark human relaxed and let him down. Izuku used his new freedom to try and climb the human pup for the fruit. They were bigger than him. He couldn't reach the fruit without climbing. They didn't seem to like being climbed on since they crouched down, putting both him and the box of fruit on the ground. The fruit was all his now. Victory. I should just meet people at the door with fruit from now on. He likes fruit that much? The older stranger rumbled at his yellow human. He'd been so focused on the pup that he had forgotten about that one. His yellow human made a sound of amusement. He likes food that much. But yeah, we've had to trade fresh food for packaged snacks for him to hoard since he'll overeat. He once got fruit drunk, the way kittens get milk drunk. It was adorable. Shouta, it was not. I thought he was going to get sick. Izuku paused his chewing to look up at his squawking yellow human. Why were they upset this time? It scared the hell out of me. His tummy was just too full. Just needed a nap and then he was fine. You two really care about him, don't you? The older stranger rumbled again and Izuku finished off the last few pieces of fruit. Of course we do. We're rehabilitating him. Izuku stood up when his yellow human responded to the older stranger. They didn't sound upset anymore, so he set his sights on the pup. No, I mean, you're going to keep him, aren't you? The pup tensed when Izuku started sniffing them. They still smelled like monsters and metal and oranges. He tried to find the source of the orange smell. If they had some, he wanted them. What are you doing? The pup was quieter now. They had been too loud before. Quiet was better. We're thinking about it. There's a lot to consider though. He didn't find oranges, but he did find the source of the monster and metal scent. The human pup's legs had metal bits in the back, just like the metal bits the older stranger had on their elbows. His nose scrunched up at the smell coming from the metal bits he'd just uncovered. That's my quirk. The human pup was trying to twist around. Smart. Izuku was behind him and it wasn't good to show your back. That leaves you vulnerable to attacks. If it's your age that you're worried about, I've pretty much been taking care of Tenya since we were in high school. It's not as hard as you think to make time for them. Hey, don't lick them. Izuku fled when the human pup roared unexpectedly. His yellow human was closest now, so he climbed that one. Izuku, wait. I'm sorry. Tenya won't hurt you, Izuku. His yellow human wrapped his arms around him, squeezing him gently in that way that he liked. It's okay. I promise. And suddenly he was lifted away from his yellow human and put back on the ground. Rude. The human pup looked at him with regret in his eyes. Maybe he hadn't meant to roar? Maybe the metal bits were like Izuku's tail. He'd bark if anyone pulled it. In that case, he'll leave them alone. They had something more important anyway. He scurried off to his den in search of something. When he came back, the human pup looked sad until he spotted him. Then he was happy. Izuku had the thing, so it would be easy to reassure the human pup that he hadn't left forever. Pups didn't like being left alone. Once he got closer, he threw the thing at the pup. He watched it hit their face and fall. They reached down to pick it up. An orange? Turning the plastic square over, he noted the picture of the orange accompanied by the word underneath in small print. Izuku had given him this, or rather, thrown it at his face with surprising accuracy. But what did it mean? He voiced his question. An orange? Izuku, stop throwing those at people. Uncle Hizashi scolded lightly. So that was a regular thing that Izuku did. He wouldn't take it personally then. Do you want oranges? Tenya asked, looking down at the smaller boy. Izuku didn't respond, of course, but he did move closer, reaching for Tenya's right pants pocket. He lifted his arm to allow the boy more access, too confused to really do anything else. A small hand dipped in, claws snagging the fabric. Izuku seemed disappointed when he turned the pocket inside out and found it empty. His lower lip stuck out in an exaggerated pout. He probably smells oranges on you since you drink so much orange juice. Uncle Shouta guessed. He thinks you have some with you. Oh, that made sense. He quickly turned his other pocket inside out to show Izuku that he didn't actually have any oranges. The pout turned into a frown. I'm sorry, he offered. The raccoon boy seemed to lose interest in him after that, flopping down on the ground and remaining sprawled there. Uncle Hizashi just sighed and scooped him up. Come on. Let's go sit down and talk. I'm sure something will catch his attention soon. Let's talk about how you said you found him in a vending machine, Tensei suggested, raising an eyebrow. I feel like there's a story there. Oh, there is, Uncle Hizashi replied with a laugh. Tenya happily followed his little family, ready to hear the story of his newly acquired cousin. The human pup with the metal bits had no oranges. They just smelled like oranges then. It was a strange smell to have for a lure, but oranges were tasty, so it made sense. He guessed that it could also be a deterrent. Some bugs don't like certain fruits. If he got the juice of those fruits on himself, he sometimes got less bug bites. He rolled in fruits a lot when he learned that. With the puzzle mostly solved and no oranges in hand, he decided to lay down. These new humans didn't seem to be a threat. He kind of liked that human pup actually. It should be safe to lay down around them. Except his yellow human picked him up and moved him for no reason. He let his head thump against his yellow human's shoulder as boredom set in. The humans were all just making sounds at each other. Occasionally his name sound came up, but he didn't hear anything else that was interesting. For some reason, humans vocalized way more than any other animal Izuku had met. Except maybe birds. Birds never shut up. Unless you eat them. But bird sounds are more annoying than human sounds. Even if he thought he might be able to eat a human, which he could absolutely never do. Look at how big they are. There was no reason to. Their sounds could be soothing sometimes. He didn't mind them at all. Why do these kinds of things always happen to you? The older stranger groaned loudly, making Izuku reaware of their presence. He hadn't investigated them yet, had he? Climbing down, he made his way over to the older stranger as his dark human grumbled back at them. I don't know. I attract problem kits or something. Oh, hold still. He's curious but skittish. Just like the nice-smelling stranger from before, the older stranger with metal bits held very still as he sniffed at them. Standing up all the way, he settled his paws on their thigh. He glanced up at them to see how they would respond. They were staring at him, so he flattened his ears, hissing quietly. When they quickly looked away, he resumed his exploration. They didn't react to him squeezing them. After thinking about it for a bit, he decided to climb into their lap. This time they did react, their paw immediately landing on his back. Bristling, he growled at the unexpected touch. But they just seemed to be making sure he didn't fall. An understandable instinct since their kin was a pup. He relaxed and finished climbing up. It wasn't as soft to sit on them as it was with the nice-smelling stranger. But their lap was wider than both his yellow humans and his dark humans. Less chance of slipping off. With that in mind, he felt safe to explore the stranger. They had very short hair, just like their kin. But it was much fluffier. The pup's hair was smoother. This human needed grooming. He moved to scramble off them, only for them to grab him and place him gently on the ground. They seemed much more confident touching him than both the nice-smelling stranger or his pup. A bit like his dark and yellow humans. His dark human especially had no problem grabbing him all the time. He didn't mind much since it got him around quicker. Although, he minded a lot when he was grabbed while trying to escape. Shaking off the unexpected touch, he headed into the room with the pond. It was where all the grooming and cleaning happened. He jumped up on the little box that his humans had brought into the den for him, to let him reach the top of tall things all by himself. Up there, he grabbed the scratchy thing that his yellow human used to groom him. It was way better than using claws. Destroyed the vending machine at the Muzutafu precinct? Izuku froze in place on his way back when the older stranger barked suddenly. Peeking around a corner, the stranger didn't look angry or aggressive. Just a little startled. The pup did too. Had something happened? Aren't those hard to break? The pup chirped somewhat loudly. He wasn't as loud as his kin though. They're supposed to be. But there's a strength aspect to his quirk. When both of the strangers relaxed back into the soft things they sat on, Izuku relaxed again. It was safe to come out now. How strong is he? The pup noticed his return first. That one definitely had a staring problem. It's hard to say. The quirk specialist we took him to said that it could be proportional to the average raccoon's strength, or it could be more when he gets older if he trains his muscles. He would teach the pup not to stare later. First, he needed to finish what he set out to do. The older stranger needed grooming. He crawled up on the stranger with the scratchy thing held safely in his mouth. After all, he needed his paws to climb. They responded by touching him again, but this time he recognized it as a natural instinct from a pup's pack member. What's he doing? Maybe he wants you to brush him? After we got the mats out of his hair, he really enjoyed it. The older stranger tried to take the brush from him, so he hissed at them. Or not. Once he was sure they wouldn't try to take it again, Izuku reached up to rub it on their head. Their fluffy, messy hair wouldn't stay down like their kin's though. Ah, he's brushing you. That's so cute. Hizashi, why is he brushing me? Your hair is messy, Oniai-san. I've told you that before. I have a speed quirk. So do I. Unhappy with the older stranger's hair still sticking every which way, Izuku braced his foot on their back so that he could climb higher. Oh, Tenya, make sure he doesn't fall. I will do my best. Izuku ignored the pup's louder barking in favor of liking the older stranger's hair. His dam used to lick his fur down too. That must be what happened to the human pup for their hair to be so much smoother and shinier than their kin's. The older stranger's shoulders shifted underneath him. He's liking me, isn't he? He's grooming you. This is adorable. Hold on, let me take a picture. I'm already recording, Zashi. You Shouta. Oni-san. Language. Yeah, Tensa. Language. Shou, so help me, I will never bring you death coffee again. You wouldn't dare. Satisfied with his grooming efforts, Izuku slid down the older stranger's back before hopping onto the human pup. They made a surprised grunting noise but caught him. Oh. Hello, Izuku. Thank you for fixing my brother's hair. I've been trying to get him to show more care in maintaining his hygiene, but he never listens. Boys, stop fighting. I will take away both of your coffee privileges. Izuku turned with wide eyes just in time to see his yellow human grab both his dark human and the older stranger by their ears. He winced sympathetically. He felt the human pup do the same. Bringing the Ida brothers over was a great idea. Aside from the fact that he forgot to mention Izuku was a human child and the small nipping incident at the start, things were going really well. Izuku was comfortable with the brothers, enough to groom Tensei's hair earlier and to sit on Tenya now. Shouta decided that he was good at this whole playdate thing. Izuku, please, Tenya pleaded as Izuku demonstrated his lack of understanding about personal space. His nose occasionally bumped against Tenya's face as he sniffed him. His poor nephew was leaning away awkwardly, trying to keep some distance between them. Izuku just chirped softly before pressing his cheek against Tenya's. At least he liked the kid. So I'm sure he's a bit of a handful. How are you two managing work in him? Tensei brought up after chatting for a while about Izuku's circumstances. If you need help, I could babysit. Well, right now we've cut our patrols in half, Hizashi answered. Shouta leaves later, after Izuku's gone to sleep, and then comes home at the same time as usual. I leave once Shouda's had some time to nap. As for the radio show, I'm pre-recording as many segments from home as I can. But we'll need to return to our usual patrols soon, Shouta added. We aren't senior heroes. We don't have the privilege of long-term flexibility yet. Has Izuku realized that you two leave, or have you done it in a way that he hasn't noticed? He definitely knows that I leave. At first, Sho had to distract him with a movie so that I could go, and then I'd make sure to return with a treat for him. It only took a few treats for him to realize that if I left for a bit, he'd get something when I get back. No distractions needed now. He doesn't know that Shouta leaves though? Since he's asleep? Tensei questioned, worried. As far as I know, he hasn't woken up until a little while after Shouta gets back yet, Hizashi shrugged. From his perspective, Shouta has never been out of the house without him. That will not go over well when Shouta returns to his regular patrols then, Tensei grimaced. I'll just do what Zashi did, Shouta dismissed. A few treats upon return and he'll be fine. What kind of treats? Tenya interjected, holding his arm up rigidly. Frequent sweets cannot be good for his health, especially if he starts getting 2 a day. Hizashi chuckled. That's a good point. But usually, rather than food which he can get any time at home, I've been bringing home shiny trinkets. I keep an eye out for them while on patrol and then buy something if I don't find anything on the ground. I see. That is acceptable if you wash the things you find. Public streets are full of germs. Izuku chose that moment to ironically lick Tenya's face. The young speedster's eye twitched before he took a few deep breaths. Animals lick to show affection. This is fine. We'll work on that, Hizashi promised, trying not to laugh at Tenya's obvious distress. He utterly failed when Izuku began to pat Tenya's head the way they sometimes did to him. Uncle Hizashi, this is not funny. He's being nice. Tenya defended his new cousin. No, I know, Hizashi wheezed, tearing up slightly. It's just so cute. Shouta just smiled and held up his phone. Another picture for his album. Does a trash can open and close? Yes. A fluffy green thing popped out of the garbage on the window box. But I like it closed. So scram. Oh, Oscar. Thank you very, very much, drawer. Izuku felt his tail wag just a bit when the fluffy red one came back into view. Elmo has a friend, Tyler, and he opened and closed lots of things when he made a picture. And Tyler told Elmo all about it. Wanna watch, drawer? Okay. The fluffy red one left again, but a human pup showed up this time. When I made a picture in school, I had to open and close a lot of things. First I opened a marker so I could draw. Then when I finished drawing, I closed it. Then I wanted to paint, so I opened a jar of blue paint. You have to turn the top, then take it off. After I painted, I closed the jar. Then I opened the glue. I opened the glue because I wanted to use glitter. He watched the human pup pour something shiny out of a small bottle. The window box was on at least once a day. The fluffy creatures were one of his favorites. They repeated the same sounds each day, so it was easy to remember them. He'd worked out the name sounds of 3 of the fluffy ones: Elmo, Grover, and Bert. Bert was yellow like his yellow human. Even if he didn't understand most of what was said, the things happening in the window box were easy to follow. The human pup on there now was making something. Like when his humans made his den. And when the yellow one made food. And when the dark one made a pretty box for the cat to sit in. Humans like to make things, apparently. This time, he was pretty sure he understood 2 sounds more than he did this morning. They were made over and over, always lining up with specific actions. Tilting his head, he watched the fluffy red one open a door and let in a weird-looking rabbit. Was it sick? Wait, you need to keep the door open for my friend. He's a bit slow. An equally sick-looking turtle appeared next. Now you can close it. He didn't learn anything new after that, but he was fine with that. 2 new human sounds were already a lot. There were plenty of other things to focus on. Like what exactly were the fluffy creatures? Maybe squirrels that lost their tails? He wasn't really sure yet. Shuffling nearby drew his attention to his dark human. They were putting on that white thing that they used to catch him sometimes. He watched as they went through their pockets, probably to make sure that they were full of snacks. Snacks were very important. You ready, show? Just need to get my boots on. Then it'll be the moment of truth. Izuku got up to follow his humans to the door, frowning when his dark human put clothes on his feet. Were they going somewhere today? He didn't really want to go to the cold, smelly place, so he hoped they would go to a food place instead. Chirping softly, he walked over to his dark human to be picked up. They always carried him to the metal monster that took them places. Sorry, Izuku. You'll be staying here. He's going to work. His yellow human picked him up. Confused, he looked between the 2 of them. That was the sound that meant his yellow human would leave for a long time before coming back with a treasure. His dark human was the one getting ready to leave. He squawked unhappily once he realized what was happening. His dark human never leaves him. That was the one that was always there even if they fell asleep. They can't go. It'll be okay. He'll come back just like I do. It would not be okay. He's never left before. What if he can't get back on his own? Would he never see his dark human again? I'll be back, Kit. I promise. I'll be home when you wake up. His dark human patted his head, gently grooming his fur. Izuku bristled at the touch. Did they not understand how serious this was? It was bad enough when his yellow human left, but they could scream really loud. That can scare off predators. What could his dark human do? That stupid fabric thing wouldn't stand a chance against a bear or some of those humans out there. Some of them can burst into flames. Flames eat things like fabric. Despite his best attempts to escape and stop his dark human from leaving, his yellow human held on to him. They didn't even let go when he bit their arm. Izuku, it'll be okay. That dark human was his. He wouldn't let any more pack members go. His tail thrashed as he sat next to his yellow human, all of his escape attempts foiled over the past while. The sun had started to set outside the window and his dark human was gone. But maybe there was still time to save them. He forced himself to stay awake long past when he usually does. Creeping into his human's den, he listened for a moment to make sure that the yellow human was really asleep. They were making that soft rumbling sound, so he was free to attempt an escape once again. As Elmo would say in Human Sounds, Izuku opened the door that left the den. Then he closed it behind himself. The metal pieces that held it shut really weren't that hard to figure out. Bitter. Yellow human. Den fruit. Pet. Now was not the time for that realization. He had a human to find. The scent of his dark human wasn't hard to pick up outside of their den's door. He dropped to all fours to keep his nose closer to the scent on the ground. Then he simply followed the trail. It led out of the human den that seemed to house many little dens. This wasn't too unusual. They had gone this way before when heading to the metal monster. Once outside, it led away from the den for a bit before vanishing entirely. He scrunched up his nose in confusion. He'd had prey trails disappear before. Usually because they could climb or fly. Could his dark human fly? Lifting his head, he tried to pick up his dark human's scent in the air. That was a little harder to track than scents left on surfaces. Luckily, he picked up something and followed it to another human den. It was really, really tall and made of stone. He could smell his dark human further up, but he needed to find a way to the top in order to reach it. He looked around. There was a metal tree that went up the side of the den. There weren't any branches, but Izuku had mastered climbing those shortly after coming to the human city. Up he went until he reached a window ledge. He walked along that until he found another metal tree that stopped at another window ledge. And that window ledge led to a metal walkway for climbing. Soon enough, he found himself atop the human den. His dark human's scent was on the ground here. It was easy to follow now, until he reached a gap between this human den and the next. More evidence that his dark human could fly. Or that he was a good jumper. Izuku was good at jumping down. His pack hadn't been. If they jumped from too high or landed wrong, they could get really hurt. But after a few falls, Izuku realized that he could jump down from nearly anywhere and not get hurt. There were limits. It was easy to find them by paying attention to when his paws ached after he landed. But he rarely reached those limits. Jumping across though? He wasn't too sure about that. Peeking over the edge, he decided that he'd be fine if he didn't make the jump. The height wasn't that much for him. He was a little worried about smacking into the side of the den. Reminding himself that his dark human was in danger, he swallowed down his concerns and took several steps back. With a running start, he launched himself across the gap. He just barely made it, claws scrabbling on the stone after the edge slammed the air out of his gut. Pulling himself up, he took a moment to rub his belly, soothing the pain. As soon as it faded, he got up to search for his dark human's scent again. You'll never guess what it led to. Another stupid gap. Flashing lights pulled him out of his dreamless sleep. The alarm. You'd think that a sound-based quirk would come with protections against said sound. It didn't in Hisashi's case. As a result, he partially deafened himself by the time anyone at the orphanage noticed the issue. He got hearing aids and was forced to keep quiet until he got adopted. His moms never silenced him, instead just getting ear protection for him and themselves. His hearing had still declined a bit since then due to various incidents. Even alarms could be difficult for him to hear without his hearing aids. Hence the flashing one that was designed for deaf and hard of hearing folks. The one he now set to check on his new baby during the night. Getting up after putting his hearing aids in, he thought about Izuku on the way to his room. He was a bizarre little kid, but Hisashi was getting so attached. Shouta was too. His fiancée had expressed wanting to make Izuku a permanent part of their family. Hisashi was considering it. He was just so worried. Being abandoned by his birth parents made it hard to trust himself. If they could just stop loving him, then who's to say he didn't inherit that trait? What if he stopped loving Izuku all of a sudden because he was difficult or frustrating? He'd hate himself if he did. With a sigh, he opened the door to Izuku's room and slipped inside. The fact that the kid never stirred when he entered his space was probably a good sign of trust or something. He quietly made his way over to the little tent to peek inside, to catch a glimpse of Izuku in his nest. His heart plummeted when he couldn't see green curls or a bushy tail. Izuku! Hesitantly, he reached inside to move aside some blankets. He didn't want to disturb the kid's nest too much, but he needed to make sure he wasn't hidden in there somewhere. No warm skin or the sharp press of claws. His baby wasn't here. Izuku! Hizashi called, trying and probably failing to contain his panic. He set the alarm specifically because they had been concerned about Izuku waking up and getting into things. He could just be getting a snack or using the bathroom. Maybe he couldn't sleep and decided to play with his blocks? He really liked those, setting them up strangely all over the place. He quickly searched the apartment, calling for Izuku, begging him to come out. Not in the cabinets. Not in the tub. Not under the couch or in the linen closet. He checked everywhere that Izuku has hidden before and anywhere else the agile boy might be able to cram himself into. Then, struggling to breathe, he looked at the front door. It was unlocked. Izuku left the apartment. He really lost his baby this time. Jumping over the gaps got easier with practice. He didn't hurt his belly anymore, at least. Eventually, he caught up with his dark human. They were on the ground, facing a huge human with were those rocks? On his skin. Behind him, there were two smaller humans. One had a stick and the other dripped something that hissed when it hit the ground. It smelled dangerous. He was getting ready to jump down and rescue his dark human when they all moved. The rocks disappeared from the mountain human and his dark human's fabric thing wrapped around their head. Before he could even blink, his dark human used the fabric thing to pull their head into his knee. The mountain human crumpled to the ground. His dark human turned toward the other two. Izuku could see now that his eyes glowed red, hair raising in threat. The drippy humans stopped dripping. Seeming surprised by that, they didn't move fast enough to avoid the fabric thing when it wrapped around them. One tug and they were slammed into the human with the stick. Both were smashed against a wall, staying still after they fell to the ground. But apparently his dark human could handle themselves. That was so amazing. He watched as they put something on the humans they knocked out and pulled out their metal box. They made sounds into it before putting it back into their pocket. A little later, metal monsters with bright lights and loud sounds showed up to take the humans away. When his dark human returned to the tops of the human dens, he followed. Sure, they could handle themselves, it seemed, but they were right there. Why shouldn't he go be with his human who shouldn't have left anyway? They were fast. Not flying but very good at jumping. A little hard to keep up with, actually. Thankfully, they stopped when a chirping sound echoed through the air. When they pulled out that metal box again, he took the opportunity to catch up. Hell! Aizawa! He's gone! Hizashi screamed on the other end of the line, clearly struggling to control his quirk. What? Izuku? He questioned, already alert. Yes, Izuku. He is not in the apartment. I lost my baby. Calm down. Don't you tell me oh calm down, Aizawa Shouta. That's my baby. I'm sorry. I meant don't panic. We have connections. We'll find him. If we struggle to find him in our apartment, how the hell are we going to find him in the city? Calling in the missing child of a couple of pro-heroes would get a big task force. I know. Hizashi took a shuddering breath. I lost him. This isn't on you, my love, Shouta reassured him. I was watching him. I was supposed to be watching him. You sleep when he sleeps. He was supposed to be sleeping. It's not your fault. But it's not your fault. Repeat that. That it's not my fault. Now we'll find him. He will be fine. What if we don't? Shouta. What if we don't? It was only his years of training and experience that prevented him from screaming when something sharp gripped his thigh. He turned to look, hoping that he wasn't about to have to deal with a villain attack now of all times. His kid was missing. This was a bad if a day. The troublesome brat himself was climbing up his leg without a care in the world. The kid followed him? Hizashi sent him a text when he got Izuku down for the night. It was hours after he left. He wouldn't even have been in the vicinity of their apartment. Shouta. He put an arm around the kid who had successfully climbed up to his waist. Izuku didn't seem to notice Shouta's shock, nuzzling happily into his shoulder. As confused as he was, the fact that the kid sought him out was incredible. He'd probably been capable of walking out the front door this whole time, but he'd been choosing not to. When he finally did, it was to seek out one of them. Not to run away. That was progress, right? Shouta? Hearing the panic in his fiancée's voice snapped him out of his shock. Sorry. I found him. You what? How? Ears twitching, Izuku shifted to look at Shouta's phone in confusion. He followed me. Somehow. He's with you? Safe? In one piece. Just climbed up my leg. Doesn't realize he's caused trouble. Hisashi sighed in relief on the other end. We need to prevent this from happening again. I can't believe he. How did he find you? Scent maybe? We've never considered if he can track people by scent. But at least he didn't run away from us. From me. Izuku sniffed the phone before cooing softly. Hisashi let out a wet laugh in response. Hi baby. You gave me a heart attack, you know? Can we even ground him? Shouta half joked. Probably not, Hisashi admitted. Shouta sighed tiredly. I'll call in and end my patrol early. We're coming home. Please hurry. I want to hold my baby. I'll be as quick as I can, Shouta promised. His dark human could nearly fly. That's what Izuku learned when they held him tight and zipped over the tops of the dens as if it was nothing. The wind rushed past his face as they went, causing him to chirp in excitement at the feeling. What a way to travel! Was this how it felt for birds? Between this and the fight he saw, he was certain his dark human would be safe outside alone. They went right back to their den. That's where Izuku liked them best, after all. And when they got there, the door slammed open before his dark human could even touch the handle. Izuku! Wincing at how loud that was, he pressed his ears back to block out some of it. Sheet. Sorry. Boy. Don't repeat that word, okay? Oh my goodness, you gave me such a scare. In one fluid motion, he was plucked out of his dark human's arms and swept up by his yellow human. They squeezed him a little less than gently, tucking their face into his shoulder. Normally it was the other way around. Why were they? Were they crying? Let's go inside before our neighbors start gossiping. Again. His dark human started herding them into the den. Of course. If his yellow human was crying, they were vulnerable. The den would be safest. Then Izuku could try to figure out why they were crying. Soon they were sitting with his yellow human still clinging tightly to him and his dark human sitting next to them, gently rubbing his yellow human's shoulder. Please don't ever leave like that again. My heart can't handle it. Izuku tried to squirm and get a little space between them so that he could see their face. He cooed softly, hoping to comfort them. I'm sorry. I don't mean to squish you. I can't. I'm feeling too much. It's okay, Hisashi. He's safe. Everything's fine. Just breathe, okay? It was okay. Everything was okay, so his yellow human should stop crying. Izuku cooed again, wishing he could mimic the rumbling croon his sire would use to comfort the pups. It worked better than his high-pitched sounds. Instead, he liked up his yellow human's tears. If he ate their tears, then they would know that they didn't need to cry. No crying. They let out a somewhat happy sound, though their crying still weighed it down. Eating their tears was working. He would keep doing that. Oh, sweetie. I appreciate it, but you shouldn't lick people. Maybe that's a lesson for another time. You're not hurting anything right now. Such a sweet and kind boy, you are. I love you so much. He was forced to stop eating the tears when his yellow human squeezed him tight again. His face was pressed into his yellow human's chest, so he nuzzled against them. If they wanted to nestle together like this, he would cooperate. Sometimes closeness was best for sadness. His sire nestled his dam when she lost one of her pups. But that was in their nest. How could he get his yellow human into his nest? They were too big. And their nest was too simple and exposed. Could he make another one? One for all three of them? Pushing against them with his paws, he squirmed his way loose. He was about to rush off to make the nest, but his yellow human looked so sad. Pausing, he thought about how to show them that he'd come back soon. Maybe human affection? He'd seen his humans press their faces to each other's cheeks many times before. It seemed like a sign of human affection. He pressed his face to his yellow human's cheek. They gave him a confused yet happy look when he pulled away. That probably worked then. He headed off to make the nest. Did he just kiss me? He certainly tried. Pretty DMN adorable. Izuku picked up some soft things while he searched around for a good nesting spot. Well, defendable, but big enough for all three of them. Where would that be? Don't swear around the baby. He doesn't understand me. If my child's first word is I'm going to become a widow. We aren't married yet. I'll marry you and then murder you. Understood. The cleaning room might be good, but it gets wet. Wet nests are not good. So, maybe the place he built a nest in when he first got here? If he moved some of the stuff off the ground, there would be enough room for all of them. Yeah, that would work for a nest. More importantly, my child. Does that mean? Oh gods, I think it does. Shouta, I want to keep him. You think? When I woke up and he was gone, I thought I would die if I didn't find him. He's my baby I don't know how to explain, but I just know he's mine. He belongs with us. No, I understand. I feel the same way. We should start the adoption process. I don't know how long it would take given his circumstances, but I'm worried that the system will take him without warning once he's more rehabilitated. I used to get pulled from homes without warning back then. I have a feeling that if they take him, you'll raze them to the ground. I would not. I would get my baby back legally. There's no way I would risk getting sent to jail when I have my baby to care for. But you'd murder me if his first word is That's jail-worthy. Please. They'd never find your body. But I believe that, actually. I love you. Don't smile at me like that. It's creepy. Your smile is creepier, like the Cheshire Cat. It is not. What is he doing? A nest big enough for all three of them would require a lot of soft things. He used the clothes from the basket he raided all the time. Then he got the extra blankets and soft things scattered around his den. Not from his nest, though. He can't take that apart. But there were plenty of blankets behind that one door. Along with those fluffy things that take away wet after a bath. It was a little difficult to carry all that, so he had to make multiple trips. On his final trip, he noticed his humans following him. They must be curious about the nest he's made for them. He chittered happily at them before revealing it, climbing into it to weave the last of the soft things into the walls of it. It was the coziest nest he ever made. Once he was done, he patted the base of the nest, urging them to get in. Shouta, he made a nest for us. I see that, love. Wait. Why was his yellow human crying again? I'm sorry. I have to take it apart. Unhappy grumbling followed his attempt to unwind a towel from a pair of his jeans. We need to wash our clothes. And rewash all the things that got mixed in with them. He flopped down over Hisashi's arms, interrupting his disassembling process. We can buy blankets for a new nest. Won't that be better than dirty clothes and towels? The only answer he got was quiet whining. He pulled his arms out from under him. Aizawa Shouta. You are the adult here. Is this the example you want to set for Izuku? His fiancée paused his whining and grumbling to glare at him. It's comfy. Hisashi sighed. Izuku can make us another with blankets we buy specifically for a nest. That way we don't have to take it apart every time we need clothes or towels. Fine. Shouta relented, sitting up. To his left, Izuku was protectively draped over the wall of the nest. Neither of them were happy with Hisashi's plan to take it apart. We can go shopping for stuff today if you want a nest that badly, Hisashi offered. It's even comfier than my sleeping bag, Shouta admitted. High praise coming from him. Why don't more people have these? It is really comfortable, Hisashi agreed, tugging a washcloth from Izuku's tight grip. I'm sure other people with animal quirks and their family or friends have nest-type things. We could probably even find items specifically for them now that I think about it. Like a quirk specialty store, Shouta murmured. He captured Izuku and settled the grumpy baby on his lap. Izuku screeched in outrage. Hisashi hummed, folding a few of the shirts he managed to free. He'll probably want to keep the nest in the closet, so we should get some shelves or something for our things. He already removed them, but we can't keep them on the floor of our room forever. Should we get a wardrobe for our clothes? We could put up lights on the walls if we move those out of here too, Shouta suggested. Izuku was still hissing and squirming in his arms. That's not a bad idea. We can't see in the dark like our baby, Hizashi chuckled. For once, I'm actually excited to go shopping, Shouta murmured, clearly surprised. Explaining the situation to Izuku was pretty much impossible. The kid was said. Shouta had just sighed and laid out some cards of a bath and a shirt, trying to explain that they needed to wash their clothes, and then a store and a blanket to show that they'd go get more things for him to make a nest with. Izuku frowned at the cards but calmed down while he tried to puzzle them out. He's not entirely sure that the kid understood, though. Maybe they'll have shoes Izuku will wear too, Hizashi had huffed when they left with the kid barefoot once again. They had thought it might be his claws, but he didn't like open-toe shoes either. Now they found themselves standing outside a fairly large building that was dark green and gray. It had a sleek, modern style to it until you got up close to see the animal tracks pressed into each gray brick. It honestly seemed like a high-end pet store with the subtle animal decor. Hybrid Home and Health boasted the largest selection of anthropomorphic quirk products. Not only things for those with animal quirks but others as well. Someone with a skin-altering quirk would have more luck finding clothes they find comfortable here rather than in a regular store. There was, however, an animal theme since that was their primary focus. Izuku stuck to Shouta's leg as they entered, clinging and walking at the same time. He had his backpack leash on, so he shouldn't be going anywhere even if he felt the urge to dart off. A worker with an obvious lizard mutation greeted them when they came in. He felt Izuku flinch and cling tighter to his leg when she smiled, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. Petting the kid's head reassuringly, he and Hizashi led the boy to the home goods section. It was large. Logically, everyone knew about anthropomorphic quirks. They knew people with those quirks could have different needs in health and comfort. They knew their clothes could be different, or their diet, or that they'd need accommodations in their own home. They knew, but unless you had a quirk like that or were close to someone with such a quirk, people didn't really know. Is that a tree? Hizashi whispered as they looked through furniture options. Some beds resembled caves. Others were tents like what Izuku had. There was a sandpit and large, flat rocks. And then, of course, the tree that Hizashi was currently looking at. It's for perching or climbing instincts, another customer helpfully supplied. Enhanced hearing. Thankfully, they didn't seem offended by Hizashi's confusion. Would Izuku like a tree? Hizashi wondered aloud after thanking them. Shouta shrugged and looked down at Izuku. The kid was staring in awe at what looked like a giant cat bed. They continued through the aisles until they found one filled with nothing but blankets and pillows. Izuku finally stepped away from Shouta to test the softness of a bright yellow blanket. He chirped and grabbed it off the shelf, nuzzling his face against it. That one's a yes, then, Hizashi chuckled, smiling at the sight. At first, Izuku protested Shouta taking the blanket from him until the man put it in the cart they'd gotten at the entrance. The kid tilted his head, clearly thinking, before a worrisome gleam entered his eyes. Oh no. The kid returned to the wall of softness, testing blankets and pillows until he found another one that met his standards. Then he waddled over to the cart with it, pushing it into the basket with great effort. Izuku was really short after all. Then he rushed off to repeat the process. Are we going to enforce a limit? Shouta asked Hizashi. Not that they would need to financially. Probably. But how much could they reasonably fit in that closet? Let him go nuts. He deserves it after I took down the one he made to cheer me up. You weren't doing it to be mean, Shouta reminded him, running a hand over his arm. I know, but I still feel a little bad, Hizashi sighed. Understandable. He would have too. That's why he didn't participate in the teardown aside from joining Izuku's little protest. A growl drew his attention back to Izuku. The kid had a hand on one of the pillows. So did another customer. Or rather, a paw. Shouta paled when he registered who it was. Principal Nizu, Hizashi stammered before he could. Good afternoon, Yamada-kun. The rat nodded in Shouta's direction. Aizawa-kun. Izuku continued to growl at the rat. They took apart his nest. His yellow human destroyed the nest he made for them. His dark human tried to cheer him up with those plastic things.
What?
Human clothes, and then a den blanket? It didn't really make much sense to him. Either way, he was now in a large human den full of stuff. It wasn't as big as the last one they brought him to, but it had way more things that piqued his interest. There were more soft things than he could have ever imagined existing. And he was allowed to have them. There was a metal box on wheels that his humans were using to carry the soft things that Izuku picked out. That was smart. Hauling moss and grass back to the dens would have been so much easier with something like this. Could he get one to his pack someday? He searched the soft things for all the good parts of a nest. Something thick to create sturdy walls. Something lightweight to burrow under when it got cold. Something smooth and comfortable to create the base they would lay on. Soft things just for extra coziness. A purple pillow caught his eye. He reached out to test it, but a white paw settled on it just as his paw did. Looking up, he growled at the stranger. The calm, gentle expression on the rats, bears, dogs, face unnerved him. What was that thing? Why did it set his teeth on edge? Principal Nizu. His yellow human sounded terrified. Just what kind of animal was this? The creature glanced over at his pack with a pleasant expression. Good afternoon, Yamada-kun. Aizawa-kun. Not good. Scaring his pack was not good. Izuku growled out a clear warning to this creature. Whatever it was, he would not hesitate to fight it to protect his. But if this pup is going to threaten me, I would appreciate an introduction at least. The creature withdrew its paw from the pillow. The smile that seemed so friendly on humans looked wrong on this creature. It looked like a predator's threat. Was this creature a predator or prey? That you can understand him? Your definition of understanding him is likely very different from mine. Care to elaborate? His dark human grumbled at the creature. Sounds, body language, pheromones, tactile, chemical, and even electrical signals can convey messages even between species. However, not every being has the receptors necessary to interpret all of those signals. Can I understand him? More clearly than you, I'm sure. Could I translate his messages into precise words? Not exactly. I can merely paraphrase. So you're paraphrasing that he's threatening you? Yes. Now, who is he? I don't recall such mutation quirks being in either of your family trees. I'm also fairly certain that neither of you would be interested in the parties required to produce biological offspring. Thus, I conclude adoption or a case. Witness protection, perhaps? Gods, you're creepy. Both Izuku's and the creature's ears twitched when his yellow human huffed something under his breath. Thank you, Yamada-kun. I find that people often find the smartest being in the room to be creepy. It tends to be a helpful effect to have on certain folks. His yellow human looked alarmed when the creature responded to whatever he huffed. Izuku growled at the creature, irritated that it kept scaring his humans. He didn't know what it was, though, so it wasn't safe to attack it yet. How it fought was an unknown factor. You hush. The creature turned to him, ears flicking back to show displeasure. Izuku tensed once its attention was on him. They're fine. I would never harm my students. He thinks you'd hurt us? His yellow human yelped at the same time that his dark human grumbled, their sounds overlapping. Wouldn't you though? I would not, Aizawa-kun. I'd hoped you had more faith in me. To answer your question, Yamada-kun, the boy is putting out strong territorial pheromones. Given that his growls start up again each time I make you uncomfortable, he's establishing ownership and protectiveness over you. In his eyes, I am an enemy. I'm quite sure I'm being sized up for a possible fight. He can't understand human speech. Talking to him like that won't calm him down. The creature's attention flicked over to his dark human when they grumbled again. I am aware. Then what? The boy knows his name at least, correct? He seems to respond to it. Good. Then introduce me so that I may use it. A small stare down happened between the creature and his dark human. Then his dark human sighed. The creature had won. If his dark human lost to it, then did Izuku stand a chance? His name is Izuku. His ears perked up partway when he heard his name sound. He's 6, looks 3, and is feral due to an accident leading to him spending about 3 years alone in the wild. Rehabilitation, not witness protection. We hope to adopt him though. I see. That is interesting. The creature's attention was back on Izuku. He hissed at it. I understand that you are nervous, Izuku, but I mean you and your pack no harm. It sat down slowly, putting itself at a disadvantage. Why would it do that? It looked away from him, still keeping him in sight but not staring directly at him. Then it began to release a scent. Izuku sniffed and then scrunched up his nose. It was sharp but similar to the calming scents that his dam used when nursing or soothing her pups. This creature must just smell bad in general. Now we wait. The creature chirped softly, still emitting that scent. Tilting his head, Izuku observed the creature. It wasn't trying to fight him. He still wasn't sure what exactly it was, but it was treating him like a scared pup. Wasn't he a scared pup? No, he was too old. That's why he left his pack. It didn't matter that his yellow human nestled with him like his dam used to. It didn't matter that his dark human kept trying to teach him like his sire used to. It didn't matter that he was smaller than human pups. It didn't matter that he felt so small but so safe in their den and in their arms. He was not a pup. They were his pack. And he'd protect them. Deciding that the creature might not be a threat, he moved closer to sniff it. Underneath the calming scent, they smelled of that liquid that his yellow human drank. They also smelled like wood and bear and dog. And that creature that his sire called mink. Only one had ever come into their territory. It didn't stay long. His sire said to avoid it. Unlike a squirrel, it could fight back. He backed off a bit, not sure what to think of that. This creature looked nothing like the mink that had slunk across their territory. Its smells were all mixed up too, making it hard to identify. Without turning his back on it, Izuku returned to his dark human side. The creature laughed. He's confused by me. Understandable. I doubt he's ever encountered something like me. You're enjoying this. His dark human rumbled at the creature while picking Izuku up. Of course I am. The creature smiled in that predatory way. Izuku hated that. Feral. A term reserved for domesticated animals who have returned to an untamed state. Feral human children were uncommon, although not unheard of. The cause of feral children was extreme isolation. Yes, some grew up in the wild, away from civilization, but others reached a feral state simply by being confined. If you lock a child in a room during the critical language learning window and deny them any social interaction, they will turn out feral. Luckily, the younger they are, the easier the enculturation process is. They can still learn proper social skills with enough time. Raccoons, in particular, are bright creatures. It would not surprise Nizu if the child before him with an obvious raccoon quirk had heightened intelligence. Teaching him would be a long process, but it would be a simple one. He would just need patience. Please, don't antagonize him, Aizawa requested, holding his pup protectively. The pup who postured himself as an adult. He wondered if the child was even aware that he was human. If he wasn't, it would make sense for him to hold himself to a different developmental timeline. I am not trying to, Nizu assured his student, standing up slowly. He didn't want to move too fast, lest he startle the boy. I believe I set off his prey instincts. Raccoons are predators, but they are also prey to larger animals. I may smell like things that are bigger than him. Why? Yamada asked cautiously. That's my personal medical information. I will not be sharing it with anyone who cannot sniff it out themselves, Nizu replied cheerfully. Yamada gulped and nodded. As for Izuku, the boy in question perked up again. I would be happy to help him learn spoken language faster. We didn't ask you to teach him, Aizawa objected. I did not ask for your permission, Nizu smiled. Yamada paled. The child hissed. Too much too soon would be overwhelming for him. I would suggest only an hour of lessons once every other week to start. I am free on Fridays around 4 p.m. Would you like for us to meet at your apartment? No. Yamada yelped before cowering behind his fiancée. Respectfully. No, sir. We could meet at UA, Nizu offered. Or a neutral place like a cafe or a park. His students looked at each other, likely trying to determine which place the child could cause the least issues. Given the fact that the child was leashed with locks requiring a key, He must have done something to cause their hesitation. Well, that's to be expected from a feral child. Park. Aizawa said hesitantly. I will ensure that it is one with security cameras. Just in case we lose track of your boy, Nizu promised. Perhaps one with a fenced border as well. Like that will stop him, Aizawa scoffed. Electrified fences then. Nizu chirped, teasing the new parents. No. He could get hurt. Yamada shrieked, earning Nizu another growl from the child. Where would you even find a park like that? It was a joke, Yamada-kun. Why you make jokes? The man stuttered, clearly confused. I am not the evil rat that you students make me out to be, Nizu replied. Evil rat? Who says that? I can't believe I would never. That's so disrespectful. Don't hurt yourself, Yamada-kun. I already know that you came up with the nickname Devil in a Vest for me while you attended UA. The man wheezed, stammering incoherently. I take no offense. I am particularly fond of Rat God, as Kiyama-san and a handful of others have dubbed me. Please, stop bullying my fiancé, Aizawa pleaded half-heartedly. Since you said please, Nizu shrugged. Anyway, I will reach out to you about Izuku's lessons later. I already have your contact information. Enjoy your nest shopping with your little one. Of course, Nizu heard the baffled and annoyed curses whispered. After he took his leave, people really need to learn to let him leave the premises before talking about him. He scares the ever-loving shit out of me. He's not actually that bad, Zashi. You're only saying that because you were his personal student and have his favor. Yeah. But really he's not that bad. He's a hero after all. I know. And I trust him as a hero, I do. But he just admitted to either researching our family and adoption records or to doing a DNA test on us to map our family tree. That's insane. Shouta looked at the ground, pressing his lips together. Hizashi noticed and narrowed his eyes. What? It was both. I helped him get the samples, he admitted quietly. Why would you do that? Hizashi shrieked, gaping at him. It was a hypothetical. Would I continue hero work if I had a child? I decided that yes, I would. Even with the risk of leaving them fatherless should something happen. Because I want to make the world a safer place for them. Safer than it was for me. Asho. But I expressed concern about our quirks. Yours hurts you. Mine hurts me. If we went the route of using a quirk to have a biological child, would they develop a quirk that hurts them even more? Nizu offered to map our genes and run a simulation of likely combinations. What was the result? Hizashi asked cautiously. Not great but not terrible either. There's also quirk singularity theory. The next generation of our quirks could evolve to have more natural protection. There's no way to be certain. Of course not. That's a part of parenthood, I think. The uncertainty of what your child will be. How they'll grow and develop. How your actions and environment will affect them. All you can do is do your best to keep them safe and wait to see what they will become. I think I get that now, Shouta mumbled, looking at Izuku. The kid was patiently watching their conversation, head turning to look between them each time someone spoke. His fiancée sighed fondly. That's not so bad, I guess. It's still a little creepy to think that he has my DNA, but his reason for it is kind of sweet. I won't hold it against him. Or you. Shouta opened his mouth to thank him, but Izuku chose that moment to start squirming. He was all but forced to drop the kid. Izuku hopped over to Hizashi, taking his hand to lead him to the wall of bedding. Then he tried to push Hizashi's hand into the wall. I think he wants you to pick something, Shouta observed with a smile. I get to pick for the nest? Hizashi gasped, eyes watering ever so slightly. It seems like it, Shouta replied when Izuku shifted Hizashi's hand over to another pillow, watching his face carefully for his reaction. Think you can pick something to his standards? Oh gosh, I don't know. What should I pick, Izuku? Hizashi asked excitedly. Izuku didn't answer, instead moving Hizashi's hand to a gray blanket. Apparently, nest building could be a group activity. Since the nest was for all of them, it only made sense that he make them pick out some things too. Especially his yellow human. The nest was made to cheer them up. And yet right now they looked like they were about to cry again. Maybe they were just like that? It took a lot of guiding, but soon he got the yellow human to look at the soft things seriously. Leaving them to pick their items out, he ran over to his dark human and pulled them over to the wall. They caught on to what he wanted them to do a lot faster. And without crying. Both of his humans seemed hesitant to pick anything, showing their few choices to him for approval. He wasn't sure why they wanted his approval. Unless it was their first time building a nest and they were looking to him for guidance. If that was the case, he'd be happy to teach them. But the most important part of a nest is that it's comfortable for the nesters. Anything they picked would be good as long as it's what they find comfortable. Eventually, the metal box was full of soft things. So full that Izuku couldn't fit any more things in it. His dark human took the final blanket he was holding from him and balanced it on the top of the pile. He felt his tail wagging as he looked at the incredible heap of nest materials. They were going to make the best nest ever made. Every nester out there would be jealous. Should we get a second cart? His yellow human stared at the metal box. I think that might be all we can fit in the closet. His dark human rumbled back at them. A sound behind them startled his yellow human. Izuku had smelled the dog, so he wasn't surprised. He wasn't a fan of dogs. In the woods, they led humans to animals. Humans needed help hunting. But in the human city, dogs roamed freely, uninvolved with humans. Here, they weren't an immediate threat unless they growled. Excuse me, but if you don't mind my input, the dog's ears tilted back slightly. They were uncomfortable. Izuku was focused on how they looked. They looked like him. Just without the face and paw markings. And they had a different tail and ears. And smelled like a dog. Not at all. We're totally new to this. His yellow human responded to the dog. The dog's ears shifted into a relaxed state. Oh good, I didn't want to overstep. But if you're building a nest, they carry bases here. They're a bit like futons. It makes the bottom of your nest really smooth and it won't break apart if you move a lot in your sleep like pillows would. That sounds great. Where are they? They're 2 aisles past the bed displays over there. The dog pointed at the dens they had walked past on the way here for some reason. Did they want one? Thank you so much. We'll definitely check those out next. The dog smiled and walked away after that. Izuku watched the gray, swishing tail, wondering what kind of dog they were. And why would they look like him, like a raccoon? Come on, Izuku. Let's go look at those nest bases. His yellow human chattered excitedly, picking up Izuku in his arms. He would think about the dog later. For now, he nuzzled into his yellow human's shoulder. They clearly needed his attention. Running into Nizu had been terrifying and exhausting. The fact that his fiancée DNA tested him with the rat was a little weird. But it came from good intentions, so he couldn't hold it against either of them. Shouta was always socially awkward and he knew that when they started dating. And Nizu, well, Nizu didn't always grasp human emotions or social standards. Despite that, the shopping trip was going well. They had filled an entire cart with pillows and blankets. There were even a few plushies thrown in here and there. Then they looked at nest bases after a man with a wolf mutation suggested them. Izuku had seemed thrilled, laying on each display to test them. He wound up picking a 2-piece base. The bottom was a circular tatami mat. The top was a 4-inch cushion with the removable cotton cover. It'd be easy to wash, which was great since it was white. Now they had moved on to the ultimate challenge of their shopping trip. Shoes for Izuku. How about these ones? Izuku stared at the soft, jelly sandals that Hisashi had put on for him. He took 2 steps in them before plopping his butt on the ground to tug them off his feet. Shouta set them aside with the other rejected shoes. So far they had tried sneakers, sandals, flip-flips, and even slippers. The kid was just not having it. Shouta sighed. You need shoes, kid? Do you need help finding anything? A saleswoman asked, approaching them from the end of the shoe aisle. Her name tag said Sumiko, and she had thick, white hair. It was an odd texture, perhaps a bit like a sheep's wool. That was likely given where they were. We're just trying on shoes to see what our kiddo will tolerate. I'm afraid none have passed yet, Hisashi chuckled. The saleswoman eyed Izuku's bare feet and the pile of rejected shoes. If you don't mind my help, I could suggest something after seeing how he walks, she offered. If you could, that'd be great. We're running out of ideas. The saleswoman nodded and asked Izuku to walk toward her. When they explained that the kid didn't speak or respond to most spoken language, she switched to hand motions in stride. Surprisingly, she got Izuku to walk toward her without issue. She also coaxed him into jumping up on a stool that was in the aisle for those trying on shoes. Then she smiled. I think I know what will work.